Good morning and a warm welcome to the magnificent Town Hall of Brussels, a UNESCO-listed site for the European Heritage Hub Forum, Heritage Matters for Europe's Cities and Citizens. We're at full house today. We are expecting about 250 people, and it's really fantastic to see so many of you here. Let me also remind you that the event is being recorded and will be made available online in just a few days. My name is Manon Richard, and I'm the proud project manager of the European Heritage Hub at Europa Nostra. And it's my great honor and pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies today. Allow me to briefly introduce the European Heritage Hub. It's an initiative funded by the European Union designed to bring together Europe's diverse heritage community. From experts, networks, to municipalities, universities, and civil society organizations. We're also proud to operate at local level with our partners. We have established city hubs, and so far we have city hubs in Krakow, Athens, Nicosia, and Lisbon, and soon in Belgrade, Yerevan, and Kiev. Altogether, our shared vision and objective is to harness the full potential of cultural heritage in shaping a sustainable, digital, and inclusive Europe. After a successful pilot phase for 2 years, we are now entering a new phase as a preparatory action. Today's event is organized by Europa Nostra with the support of the European Commission and the City of Brussels. Thank you very much for hosting us. And also in cooperation with the Hub Consortium of more than 20 partners from across Europe. And I think that most of them are here with us today. The forum is also taking place in the frame of the European Cultural Heritage Summit, the largest cultural heritage event in Europe, taking place from 12 to 15 October. It's co-funded by the European Union, and the Brussels Summit gathers, as you can see here in the room, high-level representatives from the EU institutions, policymakers, heritage professionals, volunteers, civil society actors, and other stakeholders from across Europe and beyond. The summit is also made possible with the support of the European Parliament, the European Investment Bank Institute, and the AG Leventis Foundation, as well as the cooperation of many more local and European partners. And for this, we want to convey our most sincere thanks. So here on the next slide, you can scan the QR code to access the program booklet for today. And you can also find how to connect to the Wi-Fi. You can join the BruCity guest Wi-Fi network, joining as a guest and following the instructions. So about today's forum. So following 3 previous forums that took place in Budva on the EU enlargement, in Bucharest on digital transformation, and in Venice on climate action, today we will reflect on how European policy can better support community-rooted heritage, civic participation, democracy, and cultural rights across Europe. The forum comes at a crucial moment. Europe is defining its next budget and finalizes the culture compass. So in other words, this is where ideas meet policy and where our shared cultural heritage meets its future. After hearing some welcoming addresses and introductory reflections by prominent personalities, we will have 2 panel discussions engaging speakers in a meaningful dialogue. And of course, a concluding session and some well-deserved networking drinks. But for now, we will also have some housekeeping rules. We would like to encourage everyone to engage in the sessions, to share your ideas, to learn from one another, following some etiquette. So the Hub encourages inclusive cooperative, open, considerate behavior during all parts of the forum. This means that you should listen to others respectfully, be open to learning, be mindful of time, create a positive atmosphere, and recognize discomfort. If you are encountering any issues with this, do not hesitate to reach out to the organizers of the forum. You can also join our conversation on social media, where my colleagues will cover the event live. You can use the hashtag European Hub Forum and share your views on our channels. Now, with all of this in mind, shall we get our discussion started? I would like to invite Professor Dr. Herman Partzinger, Executive President of Europa Nostra and Chair of the European Heritage Hub Advisory Council, to come on stage for welcome remarks. Herman, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues and friends from all over Europe, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all in this really magnificent Brussels town hall. I mean, yesterday was an amazing evening, and now we're in an amazing building, in an amazing heritage building, one of the most, if not the most, emblematic building in the Belgian capital, and also an embodiment, in a way, of Europe's civic spirit. As Executive President of Europa Nostra and Chair of the European Heritage Hub Advisory Council, I'm truly honored to open the European Heritage Hub Forum. This is the first event as part of the renewed phase of the project. Renewed phase, also thanks to the strong engagement of Manon and many others from the Europa Nostra team, who really worked hard over the summer months and weeks to prepare the second phase, or the application for the second phase. Yes, I mean it. You are right, this work really merits a strong applause. This forum provides an important platform for all of us who believe in the power of heritage, not only as a memory of the past, but as a driver of Europe's democratic, sustainable, and cohesive future. The main goals of the European Heritage Hub from 2023 to 2025 were, Manon already introduced to that. First, putting cultural heritage at the heart of Europe's sustainable, social, and digital transformation. Not often enough we can repeat that. Second, to act as a permanent, hopefully permanent, knowledge, networking, and advocacy platform by fostering synergies, cooperation between heritage actors, advocating for holistic policies, and connecting the heritage world with citizens and local communities. What's the main topic today? And third, our concrete actions were creating the hubs, which already have been mentioned by Manon, organizing hub forums, heritage webinars. It's a wide range of activities which had happened in these last 2 years, realizing capacity building activities and publishing and reviewing policy papers. This first phase ended and was extremely successful, The priorities for the following next phase, the so-called preparatory action, are including new partners from EU neighboring countries, as already mentioned, Armenia, Serbia, Ukraine, with the aim of creating other and more hubs in the region. The framing continues. The triple transformation, social, sustainable, and digital, of course, remains a guiding principle also of the preparatory action phase, but adding new topics: heritage and climate, heritage and values, heritage and peace, quite important, heritage and innovation, and so on and so on. Many topics. But having a stronger focus on youth, on local outreach, therefore also the topic of today, and advocacy. Today, at the occasion of the Heritage Hub Forum, we gather to reaffirm that heritage matters, not in abstract terms, but in the very real lives of our citizens and cities. This forum is, like the Heritage Hub itself, about connecting people, ideas, and institutions at all levels of governance, while ensuring that our shared heritage continues to inspire unity, solidarity, and hope across Europe. Today's event would not be possible without the commitment and trust of our many partners and supporters. Also me, I want to mention some of them. You did it already, Manon. I wish to warmly thank the European Commission, and in particular, the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, for its continuous support of the Hub and its mission, and of Europa Nostra in general. I also want to sincerely thank the city of Brussels for welcoming us in this really iconic venue, a living example of how cultural heritage can nurture a sense of community and European values. My heartfelt gratitude goes as well to all Hub Consortium partners. It's not only Europa Nostra, many partners which include, and only with the help of these partners, this is possible what we achieve. I just see Harry Verheyen from Europeana, but many others I could mention. This is important, to work together on a common mission. So thankful also for their vision, energy, and collaborative spirit. Last but not least, let me acknowledge our distinguished speakers for the day, representing EU institutions, local authorities, international organizations, and of course, civil society. Your presence here today sends a strong and timely message of support on the fundamental role of cultural heritage for Europe and its citizens. And the forum coincides with the European Week of Regions and Cities. What a coincidence. It's a vivid reminder of the importance of forging strong alliances with cities and regions as key actors of Europe's cultural, social, and democratic fabric. The active participations of mayors and members of the European Parliament at our forum today further underlines this shared commitment to work hand in hand across governance levels. Indeed, this forum takes place in a truly decisive moment too, for European policy making on culture and heritage. In the coming months, perhaps even weeks, the European Commission will unveil the culture compass of Europe. We heard a lot about that, and we are curious what will come out. But it's a strategic framework to guide cultural policies for the years ahead, and therefore, of course, extremely important for us. At the same time, which is also important, the EU is preparing for the next Multiannual Financial Framework, MFF, this magic abbreviation, from 2028 to 2034, and the proposed Agora EU program, both of which will profoundly shape funding and priorities for the cultural sector, of course. Against this backdrop, today's forum offers a timely and inclusive space for dialogue to ensure that this instrument also responds to the real needs of cities, communities, and citizens. And we are here to ask fundamental questions. How can the Culture Compass and the MFF, you know what it is, strengthen the role of local authorities and civil societies? Or how can they make heritage a foundation for democracy, participation, and inclusion in Europe, which is our overall mission and aim? And as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Faro Convention this year, let us remember that cultural heritage is not only about stones and monuments, it's about people and values. Heritage helps us in building inclusive societies based on diversity, dialogue, and mutual respect. Local authorities and civil society are pillars of this people-centered and rights-based approach to heritage. Being the level of governance that is the closest to citizens, they can assure that heritage policies reflect community needs, and that it remains accessible and meaningful for all. In this spirit, I would like to underline the unique character of the European Heritage Hub as a truly decentralized initiative. Through its network of city hubs, already active in Krakow, Athens, Lisbon, Nicosia, soon established in other neighboring countries of the EU, including Potsdam in Germany, in the heart of Europe, the hub is bringing heritage action closer to local communities, empowering cities to take leadership and ownership in Europe's cultural transformation. I'm particularly pleased to see such a rich and diverse program ahead of us today, from introductory reflections from visionary leaders, leading to two high-level panel discussions. The first one on aligning the cultural compass and the next MFF with community needs will bring together voices from the European Parliament, the UN, UNESCO, and civil society. The second will explore the role of local authorities in promoting democracy, sustainable tourism and solidarity. And then our concluding session will feature leading voices from EU institutions and civil society, expanding our horizon to the Mediterranean and the Middle East. I mean, Europe is not a fortress. Mare Nostrum, Europe was always connected with neighboring parts of the world, and ensuring that today's key messages resonate from local to European and also to international levels. Let me conclude by highlighting that this forum marks both a beginning and a milestone. It marks the beginning of a new phase of the European Heritage Hub, one that will continue to connect, inspire, and advocate for the heritage community across Europe. It is also a milestone of our shared effort to ensure that heritage remains at the heart of Europe's democratic renewal, sustainable transition, and social cohesion. And this is clear that you need a sustainable, a permanent European Heritage Hub. I mean, this is obvious. Firstly, because of the importance of culture and heritage as driving factors for European integration. And secondly, because culture and heritage are as well driving forces for the enlargement of EU and for the integration of new states. They should not be underestimated. The force of culture and cultural heritage for the integration of new member states, especially in the east and southeast of Europe. So there is no way without a European Heritage Hub, because heritage matters. I am confident that today's exchange will not only inspire new ideas, it is an opportunity to listen, to think, to collaborate, and to imagine together a future where heritage truly matters. Thank you very much for joining us, and I wish you a very inspiring day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Herman, for those inspiring words that resonate in all of us who believe in the unifying power of cultural heritage. We now have the pleasure to hear from the Mayor of Brussels, Mr. Philippe Claus, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us in person today to welcome us in his house. The Mayor is currently on an important mission in Ukraine, and we know how much he has contributed to solidarity efforts for Ukrainian people. So let us also applaud this exemplary initiative and renew our full solidarity with Ukraine, its citizens, and cultural community. Now, video, please.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers participants au forum Heritage Matters for Europe's Cities and Citizens, chers amis de notre patrimoine européen, je vous souhaite la bienvenue à l'Hôtel de Ville de Bruxelles, où je ne puis malheureusement être physiquement présent pour vous. Inscrit au patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO depuis 1998, cet édifice majestueux qui fait la fierté des habitants de Bruxelles est accordé à la thématique du forum. Passant en revue les sculptures, tableaux, tapisseries, boiseries et mobiliers qui en décorent les salles, notre grand archiviste de la ville, Alphonse Waters, écrivait d'ailleurs très justement au XIXe siècle qu'une histoire de l'Hôtel de Ville serait en réalité une histoire des arts à Bruxelles. Je remercie donc Europa Nostra et tous les partenaires du European Heritage Hub d'avoir choisi cet endroit emblématique de la préservation du patrimoine afin de réfléchir à la politique européenne en la matière. L'année 2025 est en effet très importante pour le patrimoine en Europe. Dans les prochains mois, la Commission présentera son Culture Compass for Europe, une véritable feuille de route des années à venir. Et en même temps, les discussions sur le prochain budget 2028-2034 et sur le programme Agora EU battent leur plein. Ces deux chantiers vont grandement influencer la manière dont nous préservons et faisons vivre notre héritage commun. Dans ce contexte, votre forum arrive au meilleur moment. En réunissant société civile, villes, régions, institutions européennes, experts et professionnels du patrimoine, le forum garantit l'expression de plusieurs points de vue et favorise la convergence de préoccupations différentes et intérêts communs. C'est aussi une opportunité de se demander comment faire en sorte que les politiques européennes restent proches des citoyens, inclusives et vraiment démocratiques. À Bruxelles, nous savons d'expérience que le patrimoine, qu'il soit matériel ou immatériel, est bien plus qu'un simple souvenir du passé. C'est un moteur de cohésion sociale, un facteur de développement durable, un formidable vecteur de dialogue entre les cultures. Et des cultures, comme vous le savez, nous en avons en abondance chez nous. J'évoquais ainsi l'indéfectible lien des Bruxellois à leur hôtel de ville. Celui-ci resplendit au sein de son écrin, cette grande place, auréolée d'une guirlande de paroles admiratives, chef-d'œuvre complet, riche théâtre, féerie divine, antique forum. Mais le patrimoine de Bruxelles vit aussi dans la diversité de ses quartiers, dans ses traditions populaires, dans les savoir-faire transmis de génération en génération et dans ceux qu'apporte notre population multiculturelle. Préserver ce patrimoine, ce n'est pas seulement restaurer des monuments. C'est un projet citoyen. Cela implique d'y associer les habitants, les associations, les créateurs, les entreprises locales. Cela signifie aussi que chaque décision, qu'il s'agisse de rénover un bâtiment, de réaménager un espace public ou de soutenir une pratique culturelle, tienne compte de l'avis des citoyens, de ceux qui vivent la ville au quotidien. D'autre part, nous devons tout à la fois respecter l'expression de la diversité et nos valeurs communes, que sont la dignité humaine, la liberté, la démocratie, l'égalité et les droits humains. Les autorités locales et régionales jouent dans ce domaine un rôle essentiel. Nous sommes le niveau de gouvernance le plus proche des gens. Nous connaissons leurs besoins, leur histoire, leur attachement au lieu. Mais nous ne pouvons pas tout faire seuls. C'est en travaillant avec la société civile, les associations, les experts et les institutions européennes que nous pouvons construire une politique du patrimoine qui ait du sens et qui prépare l'avenir. Le Culture Compass et les négociations budgétaires doivent reconnaître ce partenariat indispensable entre pouvoirs locaux et société civile. Ils doivent garantir un accès équitable aux financements. Et ces financements européens, ils doivent être encouragés dans la co-construction des projets et soutenir toutes les initiatives qui renforcent la cohésion, la solidarité et l'identité européenne dans toute sa diversité. À Bruxelles, nous voulons prouver qu'une capitale européenne peut marier modernité et mémoire. Pour illustrer de manière poétique mon propos, j'en reviens à notre hôtel de ville, ce point fixe de l'urbanisme bruxellois, que l'on a joliment comparé à un beau navire aux mâts fantastiques voguant vers l'avenir avec les rêves du passé. Concrètement, nous reconvertissons des bâtiments industriels, nous mettons en valeur nos espaces verts historiques, nous préservons des traditions vivantes. Ces projets n'existent que grâce à un dialogue constant avec nos habitants et nos partenaires associatifs. Ils montrent bien notre conviction. Le patrimoine n'est pas figé. C'est un moteur de créativité et un levier pour bâtir la ville de demain. En ce 20e anniversaire de la Convention de Faro du Conseil de l'Europe, qui a rappelé la valeur du patrimoine pour la société, je souhaite que ce forum donne encore plus de force à une approche centrée sur les personnes et sur les droits culturels. Parce que le patrimoine n'appartient pas seulement aux experts ou aux institutions, il appartient à chacune et chacun d'entre nous. C'est ce fil invisible qui relie les générations, qui rapproche les peuples et qui nourrit notre sentiment d'appartenance à une communauté de valeurs. J'ai la conviction surtout qu'une identité urbaine forte, fondée autant sur le patrimoine historique que sur l'art de vivre et les relations sociales des habitants, peut créer un attachement fort et durable à la communauté. Je veux dès lors remercier chaleureusement toutes celles et ceux qui font vivre ce forum. Vos échanges d'aujourd'hui aideront à faire du patrimoine un pilier de la démocratie, de la solidarité et du développement durable. Ce pilier, nous le construirons en Europe, évidemment. Je vous souhaite des discussions riches et inspirantes et vous assure du plein engagement de la ville de Bruxelles à vos côtés. Bon travail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for these welcoming words and for reminding us that Brussels, with its mix of cultures, languages, and history, is truly the ideal home for a conversation about Europe's shared heritage. But also for highlighting that heritage is not set in stone. It's a driver of creativity and a lever for building the city of tomorrow. And this is precisely why cultural policy frameworks like the upcoming Culture Compass must recognize the vital partnership between local authorities and civil society. And this brings me to our third speaker for the opening. Please welcome Normoed Poppens, Deputy Director General at Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, who will tell us more about the ambition of the European Commission for Culture and Heritage. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. What an inspirational speech from the Mayor of Brussels. I could subscribe to any word he said. But it's always a pleasure to come to this beautiful building of the municipality of Brussels, and indeed, this rich cultural heritage you feel here, but you also see the future from this building, and that's wonderful. Let me first start by thanking Europa Nostra and the European Heritage Hub for organizing this summit again, and this time in Brussels. As we talked last time in Bucharest, it was a very good idea to do it in Brussels, because now I think we need to concentrate our efforts also vis-à-vis us, the European Commission, because of the things that are mentioned in previous speeches. But I start by saying that I come from a very small European member state, which joined in 2004, and when we celebrated 15 years, I had an interview, and they were asking me, what is the biggest advantage for my country of membership of the EU? And everybody, of course, was expecting that I will say it's cohesion. Indeed, it gives funding to my country, life has changed. But I didn't mention cohesion, although it is very important for my country. And I said the biggest advantage for Latvia to be in the EU is to be part of the European values. This is, I think, what it is. It is, of course, solidarity in terms of funding, but this is about European values. It's about democracy, human rights, respect for diversity, and helping societies in member states to develop in that open way, which is the European Union is about. And in that context, the cultural heritage, culture, and respect for cultural diversity is one of those fundamental values. I think for European citizens, and being one of them, I feel that culture is not just something that is nice to have, it's part of our DNA. It's something that makes us alive and makes us also realize how rich is our past, but also helps us to bring in the future and build this future. My briefing said cultural heritage is a legacy we inherit from past. Yes, it's true. Europe has a beautiful, complex and very interesting cultural heritage from the past. But in fact, everything we do today, we are creating heritage for the future generations, right? So I think everything that we do for cultural sectors today is also heritage for future, and as such, cultural heritage for me is not just the past, it's also our future. And indeed, in that context, we need to work together now more than ever, because at the EU level, there is this window of opportunity again to show that culture is an integral part of our priorities. That it's not just something nice to have, but that's a field which needs constant support at all levels, and also that is actually part of the EU fundamentals. We have many, many needs at the EU level. We're talking about safety, Ukraine was mentioned. Security is a new policy we are developing, defense further at the EU level. We have this competitiveness concept, which is so important because we cannot afford to lag behind China, US, India, Japan, you name it. We have to be on top, and we have to support our industries, our small businesses, our service sector, everybody, because that is part of the economic stability, is part of what we need. But in that context, I think it's very timely to come with this culture compass. Culture compass indeed will be a strategic document. I know you are curious to read the draft. We have it, but it will be a strategic document, okay? It will make the right statements, and it will give us an opportunity to discuss how we can implement this strategic vision, not just with the Commission. Our aim is actually to discuss it with European Parliament, with Member States, with the Council, aiming at a joint declaration in February, which would embed the culture and support the culture to heritage and other fields as part of our policy priorities. And there we need your support. We thank you for your contributions, because through the process we consulted stakeholders, we consulted everybody, Member States, Parliament, public stakeholders, and we see that their importance is recognized. But of course, within the myriad of priorities, it can be lost somewhere in the middle. And this is why we need to work together to make sure that Compass is seen as a strategic vision and then is implemented not just by the European Commission, but by everybody, including the Member States. Because I think that, and everybody knows that for cities, investing in culture is key to success. I mean, Brussels, Antwerp, cities yesterday that won awards are, of course, vivid examples, but you have many cities from my previous work with urban authorities. Lodz won the award yesterday, but there's Katowice there, who was a coal city in our cultural center. I'm going to Bilbao next week. Everybody knows it because of the Guggenheim Museum, not because it was industrial town in Spain at some point. So you can see that investing in culture reshapes the face of the city and helps our citizens to live good life, and actually attracts also tourists and makes us simply live better. But it's still not for granted that at all levels we realize the importance. And I know it because working in cohesion policy investment programs, I saw that sometimes investing in culture completely lacks the narrative, lacks the links to regional, local development, to people's needs. It lacks innovation sometimes, and we need to make sure that this investment as a priority has all these interactions with other policy fields, even with competitiveness, because I believe that investing in heritage and creative industries around the heritage, you actually, stimulate the competitiveness of Europe. So by saying that, I cannot disclose what is in the compass. It's still in inter-service consultation, but I can reassure you, it's in December. It's coming out, and of course it will contain the necessary strategic statements. That I can reassure you. But the key there is, I think, to aim at this joint declaration with Parliament and Council, and then to discuss how we implement it further, be it through the action plans with the Council, but also with our programs. And that brings me to the MFF, this beautiful abbreviation. And we can be quite happy because, in fact, when we discussed internally the new budget, and for the first time, Commission is simplifying EU budget. It's really an attempt to make it simpler, more understanding, more based on the policy choices, what needs to be funded, and where the European value is the highest. But in that context, the competitiveness fund, the support to defense, but also streamlining the bilateral instrument, which goes through envelopes assigned to member states, cohesion, agriculture, and others. I think it's a very good attempt, and we should support that approach. But in that context, I was very happy to see and to be in DG EAC and see that nobody questioned the value added of Creative Europe program. We came up with Agora EU, which now has a third strand, also linked to citizenship. But I think the first strand, culture, remains. Culture, Creative Europe remains, and it's increased to 1.8 billion. And with this program, we will aim to support similar projects like we have done so far. It is about cooperation projects. It is about bringing in the EU-level value added, because I do believe that supporting culture is a task and authority of member states, including national, regional, and local authorities. But at EU level, what we do, we call it actually the projects that change life. I had quite hard times to show the impact of this program on the whole cultural happening in Europe, but I think this life changer is a very good narrative, because those who participate in our Creative Europe program, be it in Culture Moves Europe or prizes for literature, architecture, and also European heritage, it changes the life of people, of artists, but also of citizens, and this is great. Sometimes difficult to show and quantify the big impact, but it is there through this life changer approach. And that's why we will continue, of course, with Agora EU, within the Agora EU with the first strand, and we will keep supporting also initiatives such as European Heritage Hub and, of course, Europa Nostra and others. But we also have to think creatively, of course, what to do with the funding and how to make it also maybe more visible and bring out more of this EU value added. But for me, the key question where the Compass will help us with the narratives is, of course, to link the sport to culture to other, as I said, national budgets, of course, but also to EU budget, because the largest part of EU budget will go to national reform and investment plans. There will be a new European Competitiveness Fund with Horizon working together, supporting innovation and research. And that's something, again, we need to think together, how we make this narrative credible, that investing from these funds into culture also helps to achieve objectives defined in those funds. And this is something we are working on, where we rely on your help, because I'm quite optimistic that we can achieve this broad support to cultural heritage, but to culture and the other fields and creative industries in a very sort of complex setup still, but in a very straightforward way. So that's something we need to work together. I'm looking forward to this, of course, and I thank you for the event and for yesterday's event, for the prizes that you gave to cities. I do believe that cities play the key role in culture and cultural heritage, but I hope that also, as Commission and DG EAC, we will keep supporting this field, particularly trying to put it in these priorities of EU as one of the most important ones. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Poppens, for reassuring us that cultural heritage remains high on the European Union policy agenda. And you can also rest assured that all of us here today will contribute to keep heritage alive for many more generations to come. We will now move to our introductory reflections, a session taking us from Portugal to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and right here in Belgium, reminding us that heritage is multi-layered, being at the same time local, national, European, and universal. We will first hear from Mr. Guilherme de Oliveira Martins, administrator of the Gulbenkian Foundation in Lisbon, Portugal, who has been one of the masterminds behind the Council of Europe Faro Convention. We've heard several times it's celebrating its 20th anniversary this year. And we are really proud to count the Gulbenkian Foundation among the associate partners of the European Heritage Hub, and also for its vital support to our hub based in Lisbon. So please join us on stage, and I think he will also tell us more about an upcoming exciting project.
Thank you very much. It's for me a great, great pleasure to be here with you. Herman, Snezka, friends. For me, it's a special honor to speak about this important moment concerning cultural heritage and the life of Europa Nostra. Cultural heritage, as we heard yesterday, is imagination, is memory, is art and beauty. And we need to understand that cultural heritage counts as a factor of citizenship, of democracy, of peace, of openness, of sustainability, of diversity, of integration, of equity, of democracy, and of durable development. And the engagement and the European Hub of Heritage is, for us, very important. In this moment, we are in uncertainty, we have war, but we need citizenship, we need cooperation, we need more presence of the tangible and intangible heritage, nature, landscape, digital heritage, contemporary art. That's why it is very important, the cultural compass for Europe as an important challenge, a challenge concerning this real concept of cultural heritage. As coordinator in the Council of Europe of the Faro Convention, we have already 20 years. But Faro Convention is new, and there is a challenge concerning exactly the comprehension of the importance of the notion and the concept of common heritage, European common heritage, and also an open vision concerning heritage. Heritage is not only the past. Heritage is the present and is the future, because heritage is history, but is already creativity of artists, of writers, of builders, of architects. That's why it's important, this. And the democracy. The project we are engaged, Concordia Europe, fostering Europe's shared values through cultural heritage, intellectual dialogue, and engagement of civil society. That's very important to understand this engagement, this decentralization. We need citizens. We need more citizenship. We need more civil society. But we don't have active civil society if we don't have mobilization. We have, and the role of Europa Nostra is very, very important in this moment. Concordia Europa will mobilize writers, will mobilize intellectuals, will mobilize citizens, discussing the fundamental in this moment. Citizenship, democracy. And democracy is to mobilize concrete citizens. And we have problems. We have difficulties. But we must have an utopian objectives, real utopian objectives. Thomas More said that utopia was an horizon, and it was not a concrete project but a challenge, a permanent challenge. That's why the role of Europa Nostra is, in this moment, absolutely crucial. And crucial because when we have war, I must say to you that Ukraine is membership of the convention, of Faro Convention. And we have in this moment different monuments in Ukraine that are affected by the war. But it's not the problem of Ukraine. Ukraine is an example. We need all Europe engaged in these crucial objectives. And we must, as Herman said, we must have a permanent European heritage hub. A permanent European heritage hub. Why? Because we must, in this moment, work together. We must know better our own heritage, not in a nationalistic perspective, no, not in a open, not in a closed perspective, but in an open perspective, because we must understand that our first objective is to know better our tangible and non-tangible heritage, our nature, our landscapes. And if we know better this, we will know better the citizens. We can have a new perspective, not of fear, not of violence, but of hope, And heritage is an element, a fundamental element of hope, of freedom, and of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. de Oliveira Martins. Let's now move to our second speaker, Amra Atsimu Hamedovic, President and CEO of the House of International Dialogue and Research Center for Peace and Heritage, whose work in post-conflict recovery has shown that protecting heritage is inseparable from protecting people and protecting memory. Amra, please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear Snezhka, Manon, and the Europa Nostra team, allow me first to express my gratitude to you, my colleagues from Europa Nostra, for entrusting me with the honor and not so simple task of giving an introductory reflection on this promising day of shared wisdom and knowledge. And I will mention why symbolically and personally it is so important occasion for me. The time given to me is fairly limited, yet the occasion invites focus. And my focus today is peace. Not just the absence of violence, what Johann Galtung called negative peace. Structural peace, which I focus on, is something more. It is the presence of justice, democracy, human and non-human rights, equity and fairness, personal fulfillment, individual and communal well-being, environmental awareness, a deep respect for the world we share with other human and non-human communities. This is positive peace that I am talking about. In the recent report on Culture for Peace, which UNESCO presented at Mondiacal 2025, and which I was privileged to work on with a group of 9 other experts, our group chose to emphasize the vital nexus between peace, justice, culture, creative praxis, and pedagogy. And since peace has been the most persistent ideal throughout history, we invoke peace on a daily greetings in all sacred traditions in our everyday life. The ideal that has shaped the values we attribute to heritage, let me raise the essential and programmatic question which I believe should stand behind any roadmap we draft. What does heritage do in shaping and sustaining structural peace? We have long agreed that heritage connects. It builds continuity among people and between people and their environments. Yet, its true agency lies in its capacity to structure sustainability and to nurture resilience. Resilience not as a slogan, but as a lived capacity to adapt, to recover, and to sustain value. Heritage is both a subject of resilience, something we safeguard, and an agent of resilience, something that safeguards us. And speaking about the peace and capacity of heritage, agency of heritage to build peace, we are here in an extremely symbolic place. Probably all of you know that in 17th century, all Grand Place, including this building, were ravaged and destroyed to the ground. And reconstruction started with a visionary decision of the mayor at that time to start the minimal needed intervention to introduce heritage into the societal recovery. So the minimal needed intervention was full reconstruction to its previous form. So this can be a kind of conveying message to our colleagues, to people of Ukraine, but not only of Ukraine, of Sudan as well, that we are responsible for, of Palestine that we are responsible for, of Syria that is now going through some kind of a first steps of recovery, and many other places that reconstruction is not a taboo, that reconstruction is the part of recovery and trauma healing process. So this brings me to the Faro Convention that also has some kind of personal value for me, and thank you very much, Mr. D'Oliveira Martins, for being with us today. It is still the most progressive and forward-looking heritage policy document of our time. That is my opinion. It allowed us to move beyond restrictive, authorized discourses toward a more inclusive, participatory, and rights-based understanding of heritage. Being one of the 16 experts fortunate enough to contribute to its drafting, I look back on that 2-year process as one of the most open and inspiring experiences of collaborative dialogue with fellow heritage peers in my career. So some of the Faro Convention concepts remain essential for our work even 20 years after being coined. I recall here on 2 of them: heritage community, the self-defined connectivity among people based on shared values and commitments that transcend ethnicity, nationality, religion, or any other rigid boundaries, and cultural environment. The most comprehensive notion we have even today, embracing human and natural agency, tangible and intangible, visible and visible dimensions of our lived world. If anything can be suggested as a step forward from this wonderful document, is widening approach from the people-centered or community-centered to people's responsibility-centered. So something going beyond this Anthropocene approach that humans are in the center and taking care and our responsibility for the non-human communities that we'll share this world with. Together, these concepts of our convention continue to guide the work of the European Heritage Hub, a living embodiment of Faro's principles in action. The transformative power of Heritage for Peace has long been visible in Bosnia, where I come from. In 2010, the Commission to Preserve National Monuments received the Europa Nostra award for its commitment to integrating heritage into peace building and societal recovery processes. Yet, as we know, and I hope that you are aware of, threats to peace can resurface, sometimes in a very rigid and brutal, and sometimes in subtle forms, usually in combination of both of them. And these subtle forms are through the marginalization or instrumentalization of heritage within non-democratic and divisive agendas that we testify or witness to not only in my country, but in its neighboring countries and in the other countries across the Europe and beyond. This is why the Faro principles, participation, dialogue, inclusiveness, remain as urgent as ever in Bosnia, but also across Europe and beyond. Among the most inspiring examples of these principles in practice is the House of International Dialogue and Research that I represent here, established 20 years ago, symbolically at the time when the Faro Convention entered into the signatory process, was offered for the signing. It was established in the war-scarred Bosnian cities of Sarajevo, Mostar, and Stolac. What began as a small youth camp has evolved into a global platform of participatory heritage recovery and peace formatting at a small scale, with over 1,000 alumni from all continents. In 2024, the European Heritage Hub supported its 19th edition through the small-scale project scheme, affirming the principle from the Faro Convention's preamble that heritage policies and educational initiatives should treat all cultural heritages equitably, promoting dialogue among cultures and religions. This collaboration captures what the Europa Nostra stands for: nurturing youth and emerging professionals, empowering them to act as heritage-informed policymakers, and building communities where culture is not static legacy, but living responsibility. Equally significant is the European Heritage Hub's peer learning program, implemented together with Eurocities, which facilitates the exchange of best practices towards green, digital, and social transformation among European cities and regions. From 21 to 23 May 2025, a few months ago, a peer learning visit to Sarajevo brought together 23 professionals, heritage experts, urban planners, and policymakers from 18 cities and 12 countries under the theme Heritage as a Catalyst for Urban Resilience, Diversity, Inclusive Memory, and Sustainable Futures. The peer learning visits directly echo Article 17C of the Faro Convention, exchanging, developing, codifying, and assuring the dissemination of good practices should be our commitment and responsibility. Sarajevo offered a mosaic of encounters between past and future, where European standards met local realities and where resilience became not a theory, but a shared experience. As we look toward the culture compass of Europe, as we are looking forward to it, we recognize it as both an instrument and a shared commitment to advance the principles of the Faro Convention, hopefully, and to strengthen the living networks of heritage communities embodied in Europa Nostra and European Heritage Hub. Together, these frameworks and communities function as a system of interlocking gears, distinct yet harmonized, where each movement drives the others, creating a shared European mechanism of knowledge, solidarity, and creativity. In this dynamic movement lies our shared responsibility. Responsibility for conservation, ensuring transmission of what we inherit. Responsibility for excellence and knowledge, balancing our roles as receivers and transmitters of the values we inscribe upon heritage. And responsibility above all other responsibilities for solidarity with those in Europe and beyond whose heritage and peace are at risk. For countries in EU accession process, the European Cultural Compass should point towards harnessing heritage as the foundation of the highest social standards and for structural peace. Heritage matters profoundly. Heritage perpetuation practices remain Europe's strongest forces of cohesion, creativity, and progress. But this potential must be recognized by those who decide, fund, and prioritize. Heritage in all its diverse forms should not be overshadowed by other agendas. Where public authorities are weak or proponents of exclusive or regressive politics, be it Bosnia or the other EU neighboring countries, and even some EU countries, it is civil society and youth who hold the line, who move forward through cooperation, solidarity, and responsibility. They are the engines of heritage perpetuation, the builders of culture of peace and culture for peace. Supporting them through education and engagement, through learning, through working, where knowledge meets practice, is not an optional gesture, but a strategic necessity for Europe's future. Let us, therefore, make a clear invitation to the European Union to stand in solidarity with its neighbors, recognizing that our heritage, our peace, and our resilience are inseparable from the heritage, peace, and resilience of European Union itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Amra, for such a moving reflection and for reminding us that heritage is a bridge between peace, identities, and communities, even in challenging contexts. To conclude this series of reflections, we are delighted to hear from Mr. Bert Cornely, Alderman for Culture, Tourism and Festivities at the City of Leuven, and a member of Eurocities. Let me also highlight that this year marks the 600th anniversary of the Catholic University of Leuven, and we are really proud to count KU Leuven among the partners of the European Heritage Hub. Mr. Cornely, please join us on stage. We are curious to hear about the vision and ambition of Leuven for cultural heritage.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm really delighted to be here. I'm the Alderman for Culture. I'm also a professor at KU Leuven of historical linguistics. And I'm really a fan, or I think it's so important to have this collaborative framework in European framework. So kudos for all your work. And I hope we will be able to engage in what you're doing. Yes, Leuven. Leuven is a nearby neighbor city, town, only 20 or 25 minutes from here. Some people say it's a hidden gem, and I hope that that label won't last too much. And I think it won't, because we will be the European Capital of Culture in 2030. And I think we won that bid because of different things, among them collaboration. Collaboration is very important and is also a key concept in our long-term cultural vision and strategic vision of the future. And we work together as city, as civil servants, but also with all these institutions and all the associations and all these cultural entrepreneurs. We have a bid book called Human Nature. And in the bid book, there's several policy lines, among them creativity, innovation, diversity, inclusivity, accessibility, and also sustainability and living heritage. Of course, these are always more or less the same values, and we all share them, and I'm happy about that. But we have also tried to emphasize how we implement them and how we work also with the different divisions of our city. For instance, I remember the expert panel visit on September 17th, last month, and we had a nice presentation by workers of the greenery department. And they, in their more or less basic English, told the expert members that culture and greenery are quite similar, because you can't push them too much. You have to be patient, but if you're patient and you stimulate, you have a big and very nice result. And they were quite impressed because of its simplicity and because of the fact that we really try to integrate the vision into what we do on a daily basis. Now, of course, we are a university town, and we'll focus on that in a minute. But we try to deploy culture and also heritage for sustainable and socially just changes. We are convinced that heritage is part of our daily life, and we think that we should encourage it in terms of social cohesion and human encounters. And for us, it is an important tool to bring people together and to create what we call radically new connections between associations, between neighborhoods. And we believe that people-oriented and neighbor-oriented approaches to heritage, that they work, because there's a strong basis and people start working with their own heritage and give it a future in the work they do. And I will give a couple of examples. For instance, as many other towns in Flanders, we have a giant culture. Giant, so these big puppets. And we have, at the moment, we have 9 active giants. And since 2013, we also have a giant's parade in the streets of Leuven. And each giant embodies the power of connection and tells the story of people of Leuven, different people, diverse people of Leuven. For instance, we have a Polish tradition giant. We also have a Chinese one. And we also have a Filipino giant, actually a child giant, which inscribes itself in a tradition of Filipino Leuven collaboration. And lately, we also have a giant of the LGBTQ community. And we see that neighborhoods and associations work together and give these giants a future. We also have straathistories. Straathistories is neighborhoods working on their own heritage, their streets, their neighborhoods, and we support that with our very active erfgoedcel in Dutch, which is the heritage unit of the city, attached to the archives of the city. So they stimulate the reflection on the neighborhood, but they also help writing the very nice booklets. And we have now already 15 editions of different neighborhoods. In the coming years, we also have a big project that is the remodeling of our and repurposing of our magnificent historic town. Not as magnificent as this one, but quite similar, although perhaps a bit more sober. It's also this late Gothic, Brabantic architecture. and we will invest 40 million euros in this remodeling, because we think that we should give a future to our old historic town. So it's 1460, so many years ago it was built, and then at the same time we already had the university, so it was together with the university. And we want to have it as the center of democracy and the center of reflection on what our city community can mean and what citizenship can mean attached to the heritage of that very important institutional building, because it was a place where justice was spoken. It was a place where rights and duties were discussed, and we want to give it a future, and we want to have that debate also at the center of our policy. Okay, KU Leuven. KU Leuven celebrates its 600 years this year, the University of Leuven at large. We are, of course, collaborating on this in this festive year. And we have a very strong collaboration with the university, because we are a small town, Leuven, and we know that without the university we would be nothing. So we engage together in networks, for instance, fighting climate change in the network of Leuven 2030, Leuven Mindgate about innovation and onboarding people, because we have many knowledge workers. We have more than 160 nationalities, and 40% of our citizens come from abroad. So we stick together, and we have specific plans also now for our cultural, European Capital of Culture in 2030. I think that we wouldn't have won the bid without the support and also the active presence of our rector at the delegation when our bid was defended. Now, since many years, we have city festivals organized by KU and Stad. Kunst, Leuven, Kunst is art, Art Leuven. And so we had on heritage topics such as, for instance, Utopia, as has been mentioned already, but also the Armer family, Dirk Bouts, that was the latest festival, where we engaged with more than 100 associations in the city around the topic of a painter of the 15th century, giving perspective, giving also innovation to the era at the time. Of course, we have a lot of heritage. We have so many heritage sites that our mayor allowed himself the following comment. He said, we have so many heritage sites that we are quite confident about them, and that we don't lock up ourselves in these sites. We give them a future, and we want to be open. We want to have these discussions about what they can mean to the citizens of today. And I have to stop now, but I will allow myself one comment on the Eurocities and the key message of Eurocities' little call to action, which we recently signed also in the lineup to our bid book for the European Capital of Culture. So Leuven joined Eurocities 8 years ago, and we signed Eurocities' little call to action last month. By signing the Eurocities' little call to action on sustainable culture, we are not only demonstrating a strong European commitment, but we are also committing to concrete actions that we share with our European cities. And I quote Mayor Mohammed Ridwani. So we had several priorities. We want to implement what is written in this little call to action. So we will work together once again with our departments, because we really think that policy should be seen and should be worked out on the ground. We also think that it's important to have this sustainable and inclusive cultural landscape across Europe. So we want to foster collaboration and also think of our institutions, also the heritage institutions, which are quite difficult to transform and to convert into future-proofed buildings. But we are trying, and we are doing quite some work, and it is working. We have several examples. For instance, our Museum M has now the plans to be or to become also an energy motor of the city center. We bought a piece of land next to Museum M. We also have the OPIC Center at the harbor, where there was a remodeling 2 years ago in terms of making it future-proof. So with LOF 2030, we will have the stimuli to do even more. And that's what we will do, and I hope that we will meet there. It's within a couple of years. We're trying our best to make the best of it and to make the best preparation. And I hope that you will find that this is a good trajectory and that you will see the results then in 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Corneli. We're looking forward to 2030. And thank you also for showing us how cities like Leuven make heritage not only visible, but also livable. This is now the end of our introductory reflections. Our speakers have shown us the unity of purpose that connects us all in bridging the local, the European, and the human dimension of cultural heritage. We are now about to set the stage for our first panel discussion, during which we will discuss how cultural policy and EU funding can better reflect real community priorities. Our moderator for this panel is Harry Verwaayen, General Director of the Europa Foundation, who will guide distinguished panel speakers through the conversation. Harry, please join us on stage to welcome our panelists. First, we will have Lars Ebert, Secretary General of Culture Action Europe. Joining us online is Professor Alexandra Xantaki, UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights. Hi, Alexandra. We have Lodovico Folin-Calabi, Director of the UNESCO Liaison Office in Brussels. Vesna Marjanovic, Secretary General of Europa Nostra Serbia, and Anna Poribna, Deputy Director for Programs at the National Art and Culture Museum Complex Mistetsky Arsenal in Ukraine, and a laureate of a 2025 European Heritage Award. Congratulations. This panel promises a compass full of insights, so please, let's start the discussion.
Thank you very much, Manon. Yes, a very warm welcome also from myself. I am an incredibly proud member of the Heritage Hub. And I really want to pause for just a second on the fact that there is a hub. And I think that is really a manifestation of years of work. I remember, Sneska, we talked in 2018 about the idea that we're too fragmented. We all believe in the same things, but we're way too fragmented to achieve our common goals. And I think that we now have a hub allows us to have that more singular point of view, even if we have a pluriformity of narratives around it. It is very important that this hub continues, and I'm extremely proud to be part of it. Europeana is a digital partner. I think that's why we've been invited. We've been working in the field of digital transformation of cultural heritage, an important component, in my opinion, of this debate. So today we have an eminent panel of speakers who will reflect on a fairly complicated sentence, I will say. Aligning the cultural compass and the next MMF with community needs. Now, we've heard already quite a lot of incredibly important things about what all of these things individually mean. And we're going to be looking for the synthesis of this. How do community needs relate to a strategy document, and how should that be funded? So I want to unpack that just a little bit more before we start into the conversation itself. So when we talk about community needs, I think I've heard an incredible amount of important words already today and yesterday during the fantastic celebration. We know cultural heritage matters. We keep repeating that to ourselves. And that last bit, I think, is important. We should be careful not to preach to the converted too much. We know that cultural heritage matter, but do others? That is one of the topics of this discussion. We know 7 out of 10 Europeans say that cultural heritage can improve their quality of life. That's great. Even better, we know that 9 out of 10 believe that cultural exchange, this is an active form of cultural participation, makes citizens feel more European. I'm putting this between parentheses. What does that mean to be European these days? But we also know, and I'd like to point to Herman Patzinger's fantastic speech last night, that this is being challenged at the moment, significantly challenged. Yes, we are probably bound under the surface by lots of values, democracy and so forth. On the surface, we see very different things happening, right? It's complicated, it's layered, it's complex. And these are the kinds of things we need to figure out if we want to have a really cohesive story to tell that really makes sense in the next annual framework. So that's about communities, and I'd really like to hear from our panelists what they think about this. Then about the cultural compass, this mysterious, fantastic cultural compass we're all waiting for. What we do know is that it's been mentioned as a strategic document. I like that. That means that it's concrete enough to evoke passion, but it's also open enough to be able to be agile, because we'll need to be agile in the coming 5 to 7 years, right? In my book, a strategy is a coherent set of choices that allows us to go to a desired future. And we need to understand, as has been very well explained by Mr. Oliviero Martins, that we need to have something to live for, to really to strive towards, a vision. And finally, we're going to be talking about this multi-annual framework. That's finance, that's money. And we'll need to start developing a cohesive story there as well. We know that cultural and cultural heritage will be funded in very specific programs, but how about the lateral view on that? Where is cultural heritage and culture funded in other programs, like the Competitiveness Fund? And here we're going to need to be addressing things that are not natural to us. We don't like to think of ourselves as in competition, right? Because we like to think of ourselves as a whole. And yet, as has been explained earlier, we'll need, as Europe, to also be competitive. And we'll need to understand what the role of culture and cultural heritage is in that respect. So, with those introductory remarks, I'd like to start with the first speaker, Lars. We know each other a little bit. You are the Secretary General from Culture Action Europe. You have been very active, and I congratulated you last night with all the work you've been doing and advocating for culture and cultural heritage. You have recently published a paper called Towards the Cultural Compass, a Sector Blueprint. And you have it in your hands, that's great. And in that blueprint, you call for a visible and well-resourced cultural strand within the Agora EU program, and for strong cultural components embedded in other programs. And I'd like you to reflect a little bit on both these things, both the Agora EU as well as the other components. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Harry, for the introduction. Thank you, Europa Nostra, for the invitation to be on this panel. I take this as a strong sign of our partnership that emanates in many forms throughout the years, and it is fantastic to be in each other's conversations and now again. So thanks for that work that you do. With regards to the compass, I mean, I have to say, poor European Commission, no pressure on you. I see the level of expectations is high, and you refer to our sector blueprint, where I am still rather touched by what I've experienced over the summer in the last months, where our members really networks from NEMO, the museum organization, to IETM, the theaters and the operas. I mean, most of our members have worked together through the summer holiday to identify 10 themes that they find important, and I think they are all relevant for both the broader cultural sector and the specific heritage sector, from well-being, community well-being, to, yes, also very controversial areas like security. And that is probably what is reflected in these speeches yesterday and today, that there's a call to urgency and that we also cannot duck away anymore from security or competitiveness for the same matter discussions. We framed it under three main functions of culture, and one is foundational. We find, an undebatable role of culture and heritage as a foundation of society. The other one relates to democracy and democratic spaces, and there probably comes in the notion of the future. It is in culture and heritage where citizens can create images of a better future, and that gives us democratic agency, and without that democratic agency, all that togetherness and citizenship that was mentioned is impossible. And the third one is an instrumental one. I'm not saying an instrumentalized one, because that's something that can easily be thrown back at us, or that we throw at politicians. Don't instrumentalize culture. At the same time, we think we can contribute to big transformations. So there comes in maybe, and that comes back now to your question, Agora EU versus MFF. When we look at Agora EU, I would say it's a good opening gambit. We are super happy. I think both the heritage sector and the wider cultural sector is happy what's on the table. 8.6 billion, it's fantastic. A program that brings together civil society, culture, media, journalism, all the areas that are really critical at the moment to think together. Of course, these sectors are not necessarily aligned in their advocacy. So I think an event, what we organized together in February with Europa Nostra and the ECF, the Cultural Deal for Europe, needs to bring all these people together to have a conversation on why we are together in Agora EU and why this is a good starting point. But at the same time, we want 2% of the total budget for culture of the MFF, and we don't get there with Agora EU. So we are looking at the competitiveness funds, the National Fund for Reform and Investment, looking at Horizon. In the current Horizon program, we have Strand 2 that is open for cultural practitioners. That strand is gone in the new proposal. We have to fight to get it back. There's no legislative reason not to include it. The legislative proposal on the table allows for many cultural hooks in other programs. Commissioner Mikalev has fought hard to put these hooks in the other programs. Now it's our turn to make sure that culture and heritage is, for instance, in Horizon. And then I am always very positive with that fight. We've got 2 years for it. We can get the 2%.
Good. Yeah. Thank you, Lars, for those, I think, illuminating opening remarks, and we'll remember that. And the Strand 2 is then something that we need to actively lobby for, I would say. Right, great. Lars, I'd like to ask you also a second question. With the Heritage Hub, we've been advocating quite hard to make a distinction between culture and creative industries on the one hand and cultural heritage on the other in the cultural compass. And the reason why we thought that was relevant is that while there are obvious relationships to be made, cultural heritage and active living culture, there's also, at least in certain topics, there's a real distinction. And in my own personal work, I see that, for example, in relationship to the debates about AI, which for living artists is a very, very different proposition. It's their livelihoods at stake than for some of the older material that we make available called cultural heritage. So I'd like to see, if you have some reflections on that position. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Off. Hello. Yeah, now it's back. I've just, like Alessandra and Lodovico and many in this room, we've just returned from Mondia Cult, and I think we will publish on the Culture Action Europe website today a reflection I've been writing that I called Between Radical Thinking and Advocacy Pragmatism. And I would say we are caught in between that tension somehow. For me personally, if I stay true to radical thinking and also to my colleagues from the UNESCO that are here, I look at the UNESCO definition of culture. And the UNESCO definition of culture from, Mexico 1984, includes creation, traditions, heritage, material, immaterial in one holistic definition. And I think in the end, this is what we have to adhere to. And also when I look at the Faro Convention that was mentioned a few times, I think what is really important for me in the Faro Convention is that it sets out a notion that goes beyond belonging. So that struggle for me to belong to a joint cultural space like Europe is somehow complemented by the notion of becoming. So there's a creative process that brings communities together that can rethink to what they want to belong. And that process of rethinking, not the end point of the thought, is what holds us together. So that's a creative process. And that is where I think really heritage and memory and creation are intrinsically intertwined. And in my thinking, it's very difficult to separate them.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to remind also the audience that there will be some room for questions at the end, if Manon allows me at the end. So I do encourage you to actively, remember what is being said, and if you have questions, please address them. I would actually, on a personal note, like to encourage you to think about giants. I was particularly inspired by the story of Kari Leuven, 9 active giants. That means probably hundreds of dormant giants somewhere. And I love the metaphor of this. What are the things that we need to make very big, right, symbolically? And if you have ideas about that, I'd love to hear from you later on. We're now going to move online to you, Alexandra Xantaki. You are the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights. Thank you for joining us online. If it's okay, I'd like to start with a question about 2 reports you've recently published. The first one being the report on artificial intelligence and creativity, and the other one on digitalization of cultural heritage, preserving cultural rights. And my question to you is, you've thought deeply about this subject from a cultural rights perspective. What do you see as the main implications for cultural heritage, looking at those reports?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really sorry I cannot be there today. First, just to combine this question with the previous question you asked, when we talk about cultures, we talk about holistic ways of life. So it would be and a lot of states have focused only on cultural heritage, and they abandon, and actually, top-down buildings and material cultural heritage. And I'm afraid this is something, a definition that has now have been overcome by developments and understandings of culture. So culture is a way of life, and dividing it again would get us back to the 50s and the 60s, I'm afraid. And the importance for that is, we have to maintain the human rights approach. And this is very important in the AI as well. So AI is important, and it has, when it comes to cultural heritage, it has proven to give a lot of very positive, very positive benefits. So it offers new possibilities of experience. It helps the preservation of collective memories. It assists practitioners in times of crises. AI is also important to understand the various elements of heritage. We can retrace history through AIs, and we can reconstruct dispersed collections. So all these are, good elements. At the same time, though, I think that we have to make sure that we use AI in order to fulfill human rights, rather than just on its own. AI is not there as a gadget. AI is in order as a tool that is going to improve human rights. And unfortunately, we do not see this at the moment. So we do not see AI being valued as a tool for human rights and indeed cultural rights. And this creates a lot of problems. So first of all, it is used at times to accept the dispossession of previous artifacts. So AI should not be a reason to avoid the return of heritage. It loses contextualization, and it contributes to the misuse and the misappropriation. And this, unfortunately, and it does not allow for the participation of the community, of the source communities, the ones that have links and links or ownership to the AI. This means that this often happens because states and the international community allow private entities to be in charge of AI tools, which means that we don't have the regulation and the standards and the guarantees that human rights and in specific cultural rights gives us. So AI, yes, but it is very important to talk about who decides which cultural heritage is going to be used for AI, who decides how it's going to be used for AI, who is at the table of decision making, and how do we ensure that it enhances human rights. And if it does not enhance human rights, then we don't fund and we don't tolerate AI that actually harms human rights and cultural rights.
Thank you. That is a topic for a lot more debate. Yeah. I think it's a very eye-opening angle to the development of AI. You know, what is it in relation to human rights? What should we fund? What should we prohibit? Can I ask you what your expectations are for an AI position as part of the compass that will be developed? Do you have any?
Yes, I think that the expectation would be for states and the states that are in Europe to, and the European Union even more so, to honor their human rights obligations. We should get away from working in boxes. When states go to the United Nations and sign and ratify minimum standards of cultural rights, these standards apply when they go to Brussels and they talk and they sign documents in Brussels. So they have to make sure that, and this is my expectation, you know, they have to make sure that any document they sign on AI and any decision they make on AI includes a wide understanding of cultural heritage that includes also the buildings, but also the stories, the practices, what these buildings mean. You know, secondly, the cultural heritage AI that promotes cultural heritage not of the state, but of the individuals in the state, be it migrants, be it women, be it homeless people, everyone, be it minorities, in the way that this also honors the signature and the ratification of the Council of Europe Framework Convention on National Minorities, and AI making sure that everyone participates in the discussions and even more so in the decision making when we talk about AI. So this is what I expect. I expect nothing more than the minimum standards, human rights standards, that states have signed and undertaken to respect.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as I said, I would...
Sorry, just
right.
one.
Yeah.
If I may, this is not happening at the moment.
Yes, indeed.
And we have to make sure, and also it is not happening when it comes to private organizations. States have lost control of how private organizations use AI. And we have, as an international community, to push states and international organizations to regain control so that AI does have the benefits we talked about.
Thank you very much. I'd love to discuss this a lot more with you. I completely concur with you. I think we need to develop our own narratives around how we want to engage with AI. Thank you. I'm now moving from Still on the world level, on the world scale level, I'd like to move to you, Lodovico Folin-Calabi. You're the director of the UNESCO Liaison Office in Brussels. You've been recently appointed. You have a rich history of working at UNESCO in crises, but also in local settings. Before we go there, I'd like to maybe you could reflect. I'm going a little off script, but I warned you for this beforehand. We've been talking a bit about Mondiacult in the preparations for this. And I was wondering whether in the Multiannual, which is one of the largest cultural policy, well, probably the largest cultural policy event in the world 2 weeks ago, was the topic of AI, was that part of any of the discussions there?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you, Europa Nostra and Sneska and all the colleagues for the invitation. Yes, there was a topic. Actually, Alexandra was also there in Barcelona with us. And indeed, the culture and artificial intelligence, and culture and the generative artificial intelligence was indeed one of the key topics in Mondiacult, not only in the side events, but in the thematic sessions that were attended by a number of ministers. And a report on culture and artificial intelligence was released, produced by UNESCO. We'll be very happy to share the link. It's open source, available on our website. And indeed to reflect the impact, as exactly as Alessandro put it very powerfully, the fact that the human rights approach needs to be respected fully. And especially also something which I think is not always tackled is the digital divide. There is still a lot of inequalities, also in the access to artificial intelligence across the world. Here we are in Europe, of course, but there are other areas in the world where the inequality and the gap in the access is still very strong. So all the aspect related to fair remuneration of the artist, the aspect related to the creation and of the content, as Alessandra put it, are very much highlighted in Mondiacult. This was really felt as one of the high priorities, and in fact is one of the 8 priorities that was discussed and put forward in Mondiacult. I'll be very happy to expand on this later on. Thank you.
Great. Excellent. I'm glad that that was part of the discussion, very important also to me. I'd like now to maybe explore a bit your own experiences working at UNESCO. You work on a worldwide scale. You develop opinions. UNESCO is, by all standards, I think, still the #1 world brand when it comes to cultural heritage. I'd like to, and you're now head of the liaison office to the EU, and I'd like to maybe hear from you how you think UNESCO and the EU could work jointly together towards the aims of the cultural compass.
Much. Yes, thanks. First of all, we already work together, EU and UNESCO, very closely. Since actually 2011. We have, in particular, since 2011, we developed an MOU that to expand our partnership. And this partnership, which is, we consider it as a strategic partnership, has grown over the years and spans across the entirety of UNESCO mandate. So not just culture, but also education, science, freedom of expression, and safety of journalists. These are in particular the key areas, and science, where we work together. And I'd like also to underline that the EU is also one of the top partners of UN in general, but also in particular of UNESCO. And when we just, to give you a number, but when we think of the EU institutions and the EU member states combined, they are the first donor of UNESCO over the years. And I'd like to thank both, again, the EU and the EU members for this, particularly in a moment where there are increasing attacks on multilateralism and a lot of increasing skepticism on multilateralism. I think that is important to underline that the EU remains the partner #1 of UNESCO. We work always in parallel on 2 lines of action. One is at the policy and normative level. UNESCO has, as you know, and sustains a network of a normative framework, conventions, recommendations, but also at the policy, at the operational level. So we work always on these 2 lines. On the one hand, policy level, to advance policies, legislation across the world, in the EU member states, but also beyond EU, but also through very operational projects on the ground. Particularly, it was mentioned before by the speakers before, now increasingly and sadly a topic of increasing importance is the protection of culture under attack. This is an area where increasingly UNESCO and the EU are working together in a number of countries, in Iraq, we have been working recently, but we work together particularly in Iraq, in Yemen, in Central Africa, in many other countries. We are now having a close dialogue on Syria, and hopefully as soon as the situation will also allow in Gaza, where we're ready to step up our action. Just I would like to mention this because it's important, I think, but also to the topic we're discussing today. For instance, in Iraq, in Mosul, with a project supported before by DG INTBA, now by DG MENA, which is the only project on cultural heritage listed in the Global Gateway, and through Team Europe initiatives with the EU and the United Arab Emirates and a number of member states, Belgium, Croatia, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Lithuania, Netherlands, and Sweden, we rebuilt together the main landmark monuments in Mosul that had been destroyed during the Daesh time. We rehabilitated 125 historic houses, but especially we created, and I think this is very important for the topic of today, we created more than 7,700 jobs, generated youth employment, while recovering the spirit of Mosul. So by bringing back the spirit of Mosul, we proved that culture can have an essential role in post-conflict, in reconstruction, and in promotion of peace. In the field of policies at the global level, including on cultural heritage, with the Commission, we support the development of evidence-based policies and particular actions to safeguard culture, cultural heritage, creativity through policy dialogue, but especially through data collection, which I think are essential if we want to broaden up and not just speak to the converted, but speak to other people. We would love to have one day, not just ministers of culture in Mondiakult, we'd love to have ministers of finance, ministers of budget, to show them that culture matters, and matters not only in terms of general beautiful principles, but matters in terms of numbers. And in fact, in Barcelona, indeed, we launched together with the Commissioner, Mikalev, whom I'd like to again thank, the first global report on cultural policies, Culture, the Missing Sustainable Development Goal, which was launched 2 weeks ago. And this is a report that for the first time brings together data, numbers, and facts from across the world with the same timeline and the same calendar. We had before, through the various conventions, whether World Heritage or Intangible Heritage or the cultural diversity, different calendars and different time frame of reporting. Now it's essential to have one baseline data, which in fact requests member states to update these data every 4 years. And this is a report which was launched. I'd like just to quote, if you allow me, one number, actually two numbers, that I think is important. Culture matters contributes to 3.4% of GDP global-wide, and 6.2% of all employment come from culture. $741 billion have been generated through cultural tourism in 250 cities. This is, I think, numbers that we all need to remind when we meet ministers of finance and ministers of economy. Not many years ago, in a member state of EU, which I will not mention, there was a minister of economy 20 years ago that said that with culture you don't eat. Now, I think that we can, if we meet that minister, he's out of politics now, so we can tell him that these numbers prove the contrary.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a really important point to make. Thank you very much, Ludovico. I don't know about you, but I already see sort of vague contours of two giants walking down this aisle. One is a giant of cultural heritage and finance, and we're embodying what that could look like in a consistent and coherent way. I think that's very important. And you're right. Culture does make you eat, and it's not something you only do on a Saturday night. And the other one is cultural heritage and AI giant embodying cultural rights. 2 giants already. I'd like to really keep a little bit of time for questions for you, but not before we go to the next bit in this program. We're very lucky to have 2 people who really have on-the-ground experience of working with communities, local communities. I'd like to start with you. Vesna Marjanovic, you are the Secretary General of Europa Nostra, Serbia. Welcome. I'd like to start, maybe if you could share some examples of how you've mobilized citizens and communities in Serbia on the ground. Please tell us about this. Yeah.
Good morning or good afternoon, I'm not sure anymore. I'm really proud to be here today, especially after yesterday when we were officially recognized as a city hub in the umbrella of the European Heritage Hub program. So it is a really important part of what we are, what our plans will be in the future. Of course, we were part in the pilot phase as well, part of the activities. And I will try to get directly to your question. In the neighboring countries or the candidate countries of the EU, we do have different challenges and different priorities. And as I said yesterday at the assembly of our Europa Nostra, we are not idle in the waiting room. And this European Heritage Hub program, as if we knew, we didn't know, became an increasingly important umbrella for our activities because it coincided with a huge mobilization of citizens in protecting their heritage, especially modernist heritage in the cities, which is probably facing the biggest threat in recent history because of invasive real estate projects going all around the city. So our city is now really under threat, not only specific buildings, but the whole history of Belgrade has centuries of history. And now it's becoming it's looking like Dubai-like architecture. We don't have anything against Dubai, of course, but it is not something that we see as how our city, what it actually is. So Europa Nostra Serbia became very involved in this mobilization during the past year, and it is an unprecedented mobilization. So this is the good part of what is happening, is that people are now more and more recognizing heritage as an important part of their democratic and cultural rights. So we had a declaration for protecting that we also, of course, signed and were a major partner of protecting the landmark modernist buildings in Belgrade, and it was signed by more than 6,000 architects and conservationists, about 30,000 citizens, and more than 60 organizations. So this is probably the biggest assembly of cultural heritage protectors in Serbia, especially in the last years. On the other hand, what we do in Serbia as Europa Nostra, yes, we do travel a lot through the country. We have a lot of organizations in rural areas, smaller urban areas, which are really usually with no funding or little funding, but with a lot of passion and love. And you know, they also need to be part of a bigger network or a bigger family. And this is what we are trying to do, to become this adhesive or a focal point for all of them, because it's not only about money. Of course, money is very important, but it is also about exchanging knowledge, learning to write projects, opening, and also connecting them, because usually they are not all connected. Right. So this is maybe the best. I mean, this is maybe completely different from these digital ambitions, But I really think that we first need to talk to the people, and then it reflects, then we can go to the digital area or a digital side of that. So, and also I would like to emphasize one more thing in this part of your question, is the role of Europa Nostra and now the European Heritage Hub. I said because yesterday also, because our democratic rights are under threat again after a long time of destroying institutions and neglecting human rights and democracy. This project has becoming more than a space for our work and our activities. It is becoming a shield as well for us. And also, I have to say, in Serbia especially, I'm sure it happens elsewhere, Europa Nostra recognizes us as equal partners, as friends. So, we are this part of this community, even though we are not EU members. Europa Nostra in Serbia, I have to say, has done more for promoting European values in Serbia than many official institutions. Why? Because it's based on trust, it is based on cooperation, it is based on real exchange, and it does not have a lot of calculation, because we know what our values are and our principles are. Europa Nostra embraces our initiatives regardless if it is maybe not something that the government would like or if the bureaucracies would like. So this is an important, really important thing that I would like to convey today.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much for that. I think it's a testimony to Europa Nostra's work, but also I think the power of communities, regardless of funding and compasses and so forth. So thank you for bringing that up. I will bring up the compass and the multi-annual framework. If you could just shortly reflect, and I'd like to keep it brief if it's okay, how you as a country in a pathway of accession to the EU, what are your expectations from the compass and the multi-annual framework?
We do have, of course, a lot of experience in other programs of the European Union, such as Creative Europe and other programs, Horizon, etc. And we have local calls also by the EU delegation in Serbia. Our experience is that it is not always framed in a way that it supports or strengthens the cultural sector, the cultural heritage sector, to be very precise. Because our sector, cultural heritage sector, is, as I said, many, many organizations, all of them are very small. And the calls are usually focused on either larger organizations that are usually not focused on cultural heritage because they are more reliable with their administrative capacities. So this is something that we hope that could be more, let's say, looked into in the future calls or the funding procedures. And also to have in mind that, these programs before were more focused on creative industries, which touches upon the cultural heritage in a way, but not. So we need cultural heritage, I think, to be even more a distinctive, line. Yep. And finally, something that is not completely related to the framework of financing or grants. I would like to say one thing about the cultural compass, which came to my mind this morning. It seems to me that a compass may only be cultural because it's about values. So what is compass? It's not only a gadget or a technical something that we use. It's also our inner voice. It's something that tells us what is wrong and what is right and where we should go. So I think that the European Union and every one of us, we are all Europeans, we all know and feel that we are Europeans, we should try to make this new initiative of the European Union to understand that this compass may be the leading compass for our near future, the cultural compass.
Thank you very much. The moral compass. I agree. Great. Thank you. Last but...
Oh, I just need to say one more thing. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry.
Go ahead.
About AI, I don't know much about. I mean, I use it, but I don't know. So I'm trying to learn through using AI, so of course in a very simple way. But I listened to a conversation with Ian McEwan on some podcast. And he was talking about AI, and he said that this is now maybe the crucial moment in our contemporary life and for our future, because this is maybe the final reflection of our humanity, you know? This is maybe going to give us a reflection. Maybe after all this, we will come back to what the real values are in us, because there's nothing else to stay except our humanity, which I'm not saying that we should just let AI to do whatever, you know, like Alexandra Santaki just said, we really need to fight so that we know how to use it. And also, just a final word, and I will stop there. Last night we heard the first Vice President of the European Parliament, and she said that culture is our way to our souls.
I remember.
Yeah. So the question for all of us is, where are the borders of our souls?
Ooh. All right.
Europa Nostra does not recognize the border of our souls.
Okay. Borderless souls. Borderless souls. That's great. We're getting spiritual here. I like it. Great. I'd like to move to you, Anna. You've been sitting there very patiently. Anna Polchitna, you're the Deputy Director for Programs at National Art and Culture Museum Complex Mystetsky Arsenal in Ukraine. Thank you for being here. Of course, we'd also like to hear from you. You know, you've been working with communities under extremely difficult circumstances. Could you tell us a bit more about this? And of course, yesterday you also were recognized for your work. You received a prize, well deserved. Tell us a little bit more about what is going on and how you engage communities in that work. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation and for this opportunity to be here. It's a great honor. And also, I've heard so many words of support to Ukraine, and have seen a lot of real actions. So I would like to say thank you all. It really means a lot for us. Yeah, and then I can share a bit about our festival, and not only. So I wouldn't stop in details on our case, because you can watch a video, you can explore some photos and feel this atmosphere of our festival, which is designed for children and teenagers. And this festival unites heritage professionals and educators from different fields with their audiences. Yeah, it happens every year during 3 days, and there are a lot of events, activities, and of course fun. But you can watch video and to feel it, to feel this atmosphere. But now I would like to share some insights from the experience of our festival and also from the other project. It's called Room for Heritage, and in this project we work a lot with regional organizations in consortium with other partners. But starting with the festival, I would like to say that in this festival, our goal is not only to support our audiences, but also to support our participants, these heritage organizations from different Ukrainian regions. For example, this year, we engaged 22 museums from 12 Ukrainian regions. It's a huge number for us, and we are proud of this geographical diversity. And we see our role as a national event in highlighting the best practices and demonstrating how culture can contribute to the citizens' resilience. And of course, context is really crucial because Russia's war against Ukraine has had a devastating effect on both the cultural sector and cultural heritage sector, and also on the educational system. Thousands of schools and heritage institutions have been damaged or destroyed, but also millions of children also had lost access to the quality learning because they continue studying online since the start of COVID. Not all of them, of course, but a lot of kids still doing this. In the same time, we see the growing role of the cultural organizations because now their functions extend far beyond the traditional boundaries. They became providers of education as well, and they also became drivers for social cohesion because they can create these spaces where people can meet and can share their ideas, because in Ukraine people really need these physical spaces for meaningful interactions, and heritage organizations can provide these spaces. And I would like to agree with Vesna about differences between European Union countries and our countries, because in Ukraine as well we see this audiences demand just on physical interactions, and some meaningful interactions and communication, and people just need to be together, and to share something. And heritage organizations can provide these opportunities. Also, I would like to say that events like our festival are extremely important because they create a sense of normality amid of abnormality of the war. That's why we put so much effort in ensuring the safety. For example, every year we rent a powerful generator for 3 days because we simply can't predict when the next shelling might happen, and whether it could cause a blackout during the festival. And of course, we have clear evacuation protocols and large shelter, and we do everything to support our audiences and to provide them this space of the festival. And I must say that these days of creativity and play during the festival it's not just for fun, or for entertainment. It really helps children build resilience, and confidence in the future. And also, finally, I would like to say that now we see how diverse our audiences are, and we can't think of children as one group anymore. Among them, there are displaced children, there are children whose parents are defending Ukraine, there are children who have lost their loved ones, and children with disabilities, including disabilities caused by the war. So for us, it's especially important to keep trauma-informed approach at the heart of everything we do, and it's absolutely essential.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you. I really liked your point. Sometimes maybe it's as simple as getting together and sharing something. I will remember that. You've all been extremely patient and sitting for an extremely long time, and we all want to see if it's true that culture feeds us. But I do want to give you at least the opportunity for 1 or 2 questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask this panel a question? I see first hand over there. Thank you. Maybe wait for a microphone and we'll get to you. Over there, yeah. If you could please say your name, that would be great.
My name is Hakine Bedridou from the Hub of Nicosia. It's not exactly a question, it's just a proposal Following what Vesna said about the modernist architecture, I support the subject because it's true that modernist architecture is not appreciated as the traditional architecture. And these buildings being located in business centers rather than in conservation areas are under the real danger to be collapsed in order to do the modern development. Therefore, as our hub is also very much interested about this, and we included an activity about modernist architecture, I would propose to the administration of the hub to see whether we could have a horizontal project about modernist architecture for the next 18 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that remark. I see people nodding. Thank you. There's a person over here who has a question or comment.
First of all, I would like to thank all the participants in the panel. It was a very fruitful panel. And I have a question to the representative of UNESCO in Brussels. I am very happy to hear that there is work in numbers as well, because I believe that, and also as a professor in urban planning and urban conservation, I have studied the spillover effect of cultural heritage and culture. And my question, did you consider the spillover effect of culture in the calculations of the numbers?
Yes, Ludovico, you want to reflect on that?
Thank you.
Yeah, you were good.
Thank you very much for your question. Well, indeed, in this global report, again, it's an open source, so I will share with the organizers the link, but you can access it easily on our webpage. It includes, indeed, statistics and numbers that have been gathered from across the world. And it's in particular thanks to also a project which we developed thanks to a very close partnership with both DG EAC and DG INTPA on cultural indicators. So there is both a methodology and numbers, and these have been gathered in some pilot countries, and then they are now part of this global report. Indeed, it focuses on culture, including, well, there is the spillover effects of culture. The bad effects of certain is still being understudy, thanks to work we do with academia, because it's true that there is also a little bit of, as we know, negative or side effects of, the branding, let's say, which particularly in over-tourism. These are yet not, there's not enough studies being done, so we really encourage, we partner with academia in doing so. And this is a topic which is very dear to our heart, including the negative aspects, which calls for closer collaboration with the local governments. And I think that platforms such as the Heritage Hub that has been developed by Europa Nostra is essential, because it brings together policymakers across, so not just at the national level, but particularly at the local level, where we hope and we like to see more and more mayors being driving and the driving seat of the transformations of urban transformation, and not just being there to have their urban development dictated by developers. It is very dear to my heart in particular. I come from a city, Venice, which, as you may know, suffers particularly of issues such as over-tourism, where the importance of having a stronger governance of these movements is essential. And I think that here the cooperation between all of us, all actors, NGOs, academia, the European Union, member states, but particularly the municipalities and activists is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ludovico. For that elaborate answer, really good. Thank you. Got a gentleman over there in the back. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the insightful conversation. I have a question for the panelists, but it's obviously open to anyone in the room. we talked about community needs and the different approach on multiple levels in different organizations and with different budgets and funds and opportunities. I would like to ask you, like, would you consider that the approach with communities' needs can be shifted from the community engagement in a more direct community participation? And this is, okay, of course, a difficult question. And what would you consider in your opportunities, but also, let's say, in your experience? It's interesting because Mr. Folin Calabi, you mentioned that you come from Venice. My surname is Venezia in Italian. So if you can start from the answer, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that question. So it's about participation. Anyone who would like to start? Lars?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for the question. I think, is it on? Is it this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think participation is the key word when it comes to communities. And I particularly work a lot. I have worked a lot when I was still working on the ground as a curator, but also now in our network with the Porto Santo Charter that was developed under the Portuguese presidency of the EU in 2018. And I find it a document that is largely undervalued. It comprises 3 sets of recommendations for citizens, for institutions, and for policymakers. And I think when it comes to participation, we often think of, more engaged visitors or audience development, or I don't know, we push buttons or we do something together, we have workshops, whatever. But true participation is really rethinking the role of how we govern our organizations, how we provide content and co-create content, and how everyone in the communities in which our institutions are embedded is represented in what is on display in our shows, and what is played on our stages, and so on, which is quite radical and which requires that possibly I need to leave this chair and make space for someone else. But I think we cannot evade that sort of radical thinking. So I think there is a lot of good practices at the moment. Take the Kai Theatre in Brussels, to be very local. But there is more work to be done, and I think the discussion has just only started. So thanks for the question.
Thank you, Lars. Yes, Anna, would you like to read? Anna, you need to put the mic on. Yeah, that works.
Okay, it works. Yes, I can add a bit about Ukrainian experience. So in our country, the participatory approach is also used on different levels, especially if we are talking about small cities or even villages, about smaller communities, because organizations in these small communities deeply rooted in the community activities, and they really know the needs of these communities, and they keep strong connections with people. And when we work with our regional partners, we always encourage them to learn more about community needs, and then to think about some interventions here on actions or some project design. And if you are interested in this, if you're interested in more cases, you can search for the Analytical Center SEDOS. They have a great project of community centers in more than, I guess, 30 communities in Ukraine, where this participatory approach is really implemented from the very first stage. And because they involve communities, they involve professional sociologists and other professionals, and together, they design all this project and vision of the future community hubs.
Thank you very much.
Do I have time? No? Yeah.
Not
okay, one thing, just one
small
thing I will say. Yeah. In our experience, the women are leading the participation through cultural heritage predominantly in many areas. So this is just one dimension. I don't want to elaborate to waste our time.
Also for being brief, that's fantastic. I just told Ludovico, sorry, can't do it, but because I want to give Alexandra online just the opportunity. You've had your hand up. That's good courtesy to honor that. Please. Yeah.
Thank you. So it is not good practice, and it is not something that we should aspire to, and it is not about engagement. So thank you so much for your question, which reveals that the discussion is put, if this is the discussion, then this discussion is put on the wrong basis. There is a legal obligation of all states to ensure that everyone participates effectively in the decisions. So it is not aspirational. It is not, let's talk about good practice. It is demanding that states, in the same way that we demand that states do not, I don't know, take people arbitrarily to prisons, we have to demand that states ensure that communities, but also individuals, participate effectively in how we decide on cultural heritage, what is cultural heritage, how they decide which parts of cultural heritage they're going to save or not save, and how they will save it or not save it. And I'm very worried because in the EU, in general, I don't see that this is happening, and this is a huge problem. And it is for the future of people's identities, who they are and who they want to be. It is ruining this identity just because states and international organizations do not take into account the obligations they have signed and ratified. So it's not about engagement. It is demanding effective participation of the person who lives in the small town and in the small village. And not the mayor only, but the actual person who did not want to go and register to the party, who did not want to go to the mayor's office and work, who did not want to become the mayor. The vulnerable and the women especially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is clearly a subject that demands more conversation. I'm going to entertain two more interventions, one from a lady in the back who's had her hands up, and then I'll conclude with you, if that's okay, because of your beautiful speech. Yeah. So I have a microphone over there. Yes.
Jusque 14h40. Yeah, actually, my question was for Alexandra. Sorry, my name's Amanda Luthan. I work for Human Right to Water, which is an NGO working in human rights, actually. And I think the AI it's an opportunity, but also a huge threat to our way of life. And I wondered if she may be able to give Europa Nostra and some of our other organizations some advice on how we deal with it quickly, because it's like the elephant in the room. Nobody's really talking about it, but it's happening really fast. And it's an opportunity to capture our knowledge in a way that we want to preserve cultural heritage, but we could lose everything if we don't act quickly.
Thank you. Question that's close to my heart. It's about AI. Yes, no, the question is to Alexandra, I believe. So Alexandra, the floor is yours. Yeah.
So demand that NGOs and civil society are in the room. Demand that the debate is not taken over by transnational organizations who come and promise things, and they only do it not for human rights, but for their own, for benefit. This is their raison d'etre. It's not bad, but they do it for benefit. So demand that states, put cultural heritage and cultural rights, civil society in the room. They understand what we mean by the fact that AI has to serve human rights, and they understand, because sometimes NGOs because it's a very difficult issue, don't understand, like you said. They understand how AI undermines human rights and how the cultural rights approach is going to use AI to its benefit, and demand that you are there in the table, because at the moment, we are not.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've seen that the gentleman from the European Commission has rushed back to his office to make some changes and finalizations of the compass. That's fantastic. And that leaves us with just one more remark, please. Can I have a microphone here at the end? And I think then we need to conclude.
Thank you very much to everyone. It was amazing. In fact, Alexandra's previous response concerning the participatory approach and the right to participation is something that is so important. And Alexandra, I misuse this opportunity for the repeating that you promised to come to Bosnia. It's high time to come to our region, to tell this, to convey this message to those who are, in fact, decision makers, and also to raise awareness among the people about their rights to participate. But this was not a subject of my intervention, and maybe a question. You mentioned Mosul and this amazing project, a huge project that UNESCO, probably the biggest one that UNESCO has been working on and conducted, and in this reign of quantity, this evidence-based analysis of the impacts that Maria Rita Cetoso, who was working there, often repeat, lacks something, and that's the ownership of the whole project. The solidarity is important, but who owns the process? Who owns the decision-making? Who owns the impacts during the process and afterwards? 700 persons employed. What happens when UNESCO closes the doors, when Maria Rita Cetoso moves to Ukraine, as she moved? And I would like to stress the important component that you didn't mention, and that is probably the most important, and that's capacity building. That capacity building that UNESCO developed in Mosul. I worked a little bit in it, together with ICROM, developing capacity for 100 persons, 50 experts and 50 craftspersons over 2 years during this process of recovery, to convey to them a message that is up to them to continue the process, and also to own all decisions and to steer the environment concerning the importance of cultural heritage. And I think that this should be something that is extremely important, especially in these post-crisis heritage concerns. And the second thing that fascinated me when I read the comments to the first comments and suggestions to Culture Compass is importance of culture and cultural heritage, and especially cultural heritage recovery and reconstruction for health. And it was commented by World Health Organization and from some Poland colleagues. It is evidence-based. Of course, I'm much more in preference of this issue-focused and problem-based approach, but evidence-based approach that it contributes to the health improvement, individual and communal health improvement, not only mental health, but also mental health and trauma healing. So what about the trauma healing through heritage recovery in all these situations like we've heard from Ukrainian people?
Thank you very much. Good point. Ludovico, I know you're eager to say it. Say it in a pointed way.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. On Mosul, as an example, I don't need to look my notes because it happens that just before coming to Brussels, I was the chief coordinator of our crisis response in Mosul. And let me just correct the numbers because it's important, not 700 jobs, 7,700 jobs, not 2 years, 5 years. But apart from numbers, indeed, what you say is absolutely right, which is why in Mosul the ownership is the Iraqi ownership. It's very simple. All the contractors were Iraqis. The experts were Iraqis, coupled with international expertise. The reconstruction has been held through a public consultation where the Iraqis choose how they want it to be rebuilt, for instance, the minaret and the main landmark monuments. It was the competition, it was an open competition, an architectural competition, which was showcased at the Venice Biennale 4 years ago, and it was with the Union of Architects of Iraq. All the projects have been designed with, not co-designed, designed by and with the State Board of Antiquities of Iraq. Nothing was parachuted from Paris. Everything was designed in Iraq, by the Iraqis. And just to give you just one reference, but just to say that I fully agree with you, but it's to say that this is embodied in all our actions. Everything was done through capacity development. We created those maybe not, sadly, all those 7,700 jobs will remain, but we indeed create a cohort of young professionals which have never been exposed to the professional cultural heritage before. In Iraq, nothing was invested in cultural heritage even before Daesh and during Saddam Hussein regime. We developed, together with the University of Mosul, thanks to this project, a model that teaches now architecture in the Iraqi faculties. Interesting enough, there is not even a faculty of architecture. Architecture is taught in the schools of engineering. Now there is, and there will be, courses on cultural heritage developed through ICRAM, UNESCO, and the Iraqi State Board of Antiquities, and the Ministry of Higher Education. So I'm absolutely in agreement with what you're saying, and which is why all we do is exactly in line with what we are preaching, rightly so, for. Thank you very much.
Okay. Even Sneska is hungry now, so. Okay. Thank you so much for your very open conversations. That was brilliant. It really enlightened us. I'd like to have a big applause for all of our panelists. Thank you. Also online. Thank you so much, and also for your great questions. Final remark is that we will be meeting with the Commissioner Mikhailov tomorrow, so we have an opportunity to speak to him, and I think it's also testimony to his openness to engage with this community, so that's really great. Manon, I'll give you the floor back, and you'll bring us to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you to Harry, our moderator, panelist, and you, the audience, for the stimulating discussion. And as we've heard, if there was a cultural compass, it should always point towards people and towards values. So this gave us both food for thought, but also good appetite for lunch. So it's time for our break. We are running a bit behind schedule, so we will shorten the break, but you will still have an hour to enjoy and discuss with one another and keep networking. We will reconvene here at 2:45. Yes, but before that, I would like to please call the Hub representatives and the speakers for a group photo, please. Join us on stage. Welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed the delicious food and recharged your batteries for our afternoon program. So we will continue with our second panel discussion titled The Role of Local Authorities, Democracy, Sustainable Tourism, and Solidarity. This panel brings together people who prove that democracy and sustainability don't just live in policy papers, but in our cities, in our neighborhoods, and our heritage sites. Please welcome with me on stage our moderator, Cristina Garzillo-Lemhaus, Head of Social Cultural Transformations at ICLE European Secretariat. And let me introduce our distinguished speaker. Kara Lampos Prunsos and Mehmet Armansi, the leaders of the two communities of the city of Nicosia, Cyprus. Please join us on stage. Natasha Vukovic, president of ALDA, the European Association for Local Democracy. We have with us online Stefano Pisani, mayor of Polica, Italy, and former president of Citaslow International. I don't know if we can see him on screen already. We have Gayane Kasnati, Scientific and Strategic Director of the CIRE Center for Armenian Cultural Heritage and Council Member of Europa Nostra. And we also have with us online Jordi Pasquale, coordinator of the Committee on Culture and Assistant Secretary General for Knowledge Co-Creation at UCLG. I wish you a fruitful conversation and give the floor to Cristina. Thank you.
Thank you, Manon. So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this second panel, as we said, on the role of local authorities, democracy, sustainable tourism, and solidarity. So, thank you. This afternoon, we will discuss how local authorities can lead social futures, highlighting their transformative potential and proactive role in fostering innovation and driving societal change. So my name is Cristina Garzillo, and I'm head of the Social Cultural Transformations team at ICLEI, a membership organization of local governments working on sustainable development. And I'm very excited for this panel, and I'm also very happy to welcome our guests this afternoon. It's a real honor to have you with us today. So, local authorities play a central role in shaping democratic, cohesive, and sustainable communities. They ensure citizens' participation in decision-making, provide transparent governance, and foster social solidarity by supporting inclusive policies. But specifically, they need to create a meaning in a context which is constantly shifting. And we understood that today's challenges differ from those of the past. They are much more global, complex, and persistent, and therefore they require integrated and forward-looking responses. So change and preparing the people for this change is an integral part of the local authorities' role. And they need to engage with various agendas, from the inclusion to the digitalization, the biodiversity, the climate action, sustainable tourism, where heritage and culture can serve as a catalyst for change. And culture and heritage can help and be the means to mediate and regenerate trust. And this is a key word. Museums, libraries, theaters, concert halls have the power to build and regenerate trust and transform people's mindsets that then can transform the world. And we saw this yesterday at Flagey, which has become a pole at a social level. So today, local authorities can act both as facilitators and guardians, connecting citizens, protecting resources, and ensuring that sustainable tourist practices contribute positively to the communities. Let me finalize by saying that who we are today is the result of who we have been, our traditions, our roots, our identities. And the sum of all these elements shapes who we will become, so our social projects. And particularly we, as Europeans, carry this identity and this long-term perspective. So now what I'm going to do is to give the floor to each of the speakers to contribute for approximately 5 minutes. And after that, depending on the time, I'll ask the panel to comment also on some questions and statements, and we'll end up with the floor's comments as well. So I would like then to start with the leader of the Greek community of the city of Nicosia in Cyprus, Karalambos Pruntsos. You have served on the steering committee of the Open University of Cyprus and on the board of directors of SCIENS, Research and Innovation Center. And I recently read that what motivates you to maintain such a fast pace all the time is the opportunity to create a positive impact on people's lives. So how does this help unite the last divided capital by bridging bridges, fostering understanding and creating a future where every citizen feels heard and understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this invitation, which is very important to us as well as this event. Nicosia is a city that has been blessed with a very deep historic background. It has distinct historic periods which have left their mark on the culture and on the architecture and, of course, on the heritage of the city. And it's important for a person that wants to take over the leadership of the city to embrace all the historic periods of the city and to be proud of them and to create a constructive narrative for the future, showcasing the wealth that comes with this beautiful city. Coming from the private sector, I was very fortunate to interact with people both from Turkey and from the Turkish Cypriot community. I was part of the negotiations between 2015 and 2017. And I built a very good personal relationship with these people, seeing that there is so much that unites us, that if we manage to overcome the divisive lines, we can first of all resolve the daily problems of people, which is what cities are all about. It's about making an impact on the everyday lives. And number two, it gave me the opportunity to see the huge potential that the city has if we manage to overcome the division. So I try to utilize both my experience in an educational institution in order to attract minds, the excellent minds that we have in Cyprus across the board, to give them a platform to co-design and co-create for the city. And also in terms of innovation, there's a new economy around which we would like to build the future of Cyprus, which traditionally has been evolving around tourism and other services. So having a new prospect, a new economy in the field of digitalization, in the field of innovation, in the field of technology, provides us a platform that definitely overcomes borders. It's not country specific, and it gives a platform to both Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots to address the actual market, which is the global market and not just the market of the island. So as a leader, I try always to embrace this diversity, because at the end of the day, if you ask somebody, why should somebody come to Nicosia? There's a single answer. It's a culture, nothing else, and the food maybe, which is also part of culture, of course. So if you embrace that, you have to embrace it from A to Z and not in a selective manner.
Thanks a lot. And Cyprus will also be hosting the presidency of the Council of the EU next year. And this represents a major opportunity, but it's also quite a demanding task. What are your main priorities and plans for this period?
We have three priorities. One priority is obviously we will be hosting the Forum of Mayors of Capitals of the European Union, which is a great honor for us. We'll be hosting thousands of meetings of working groups, something that will put a huge strain on the city in terms of security and everyday life. However, we take great pride that we've got this opportunity because it's a platform for us to showcase the city, to increase awareness about the current state of the Cyprus issue and the division, and to bring it back to the central scene in terms of an urgency to actually resolve this long-standing issue. But moreover, we have to address wider issues like direct funding of cities, which is a major issue. Cities need the means to bring about change for the citizens. It's something that, because we are discussing about democracy, one of the challenges that we are facing now is because people feel that we have failed them. And we are failing them in their everyday lives, not in the haute couture politics. And we need to ensure that cities have the means to address the everyday issues of people, and that is why direct funding is critical. Also, another priority is housing, which now becomes a major issue. And actually, what we saw yesterday about the adaptive conservation and reuse of buildings is a crucial issue in the housing discussion, because everybody thinks about it as an opportunity to build new real estate stock while the first discussion should be how we utilize existing stock, some of which could have a significant interest in terms of heritage, either historic or modernist or other kinds of architecture, and to actually bring this stock into the market to resolve the housing crisis that we are currently facing in the EU. The third priority, of course, is climate change and the need to go towards a green transition in a successful manner. And cities, again, are central in this discussion because issues like weather conditions, extreme weather conditions, flooding, heat, drought, lack of coverage of trees, quality of air, these are issues that are dealt with by the cities. And we need to put them at the forefront of the discussion if we really want to improve people's lives, and we have to lead this discussion and not hide behind central politics to not address these issues.
Thanks a lot, and thanks also for bringing up to our attention the issues of the housing, of the climate change. It is clear that we have to prioritize adaptive reuse before building new. Concerning the link with heritage, between heritage and climate change, we are also tackling this quite strongly in our European Heritage Hub project. I would like now to turn to Mehmet Armanci, the leader of the Turkish community of the city of Nicosia. You have served also in the past as Minister of Tourism, Environment and Culture, and you have been very active in civil society and managed various international projects. You also continue to be a leading advocate in the Turkish community for the reunification of Cyprus. And I've also heard about a marathon that you intend to organize, a common marathon. So Nicosia has played a driving role in the cooperation and rapprochement of the two communities since the 70s. So my question for you is, what is needed from a local government perspective for this to be taken further? And how can culture and heritage support bringing innovative ideas to rebuild this trust that we were talking about and trigger peace processes, particularly considering that Nicosia is very rich in history and in culture? Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it's a great pleasure to be here, and I think it's a great excitement to be here as well. Since last night, I think we feel much more energetic to make new projects, thanks to her. And the other thing is, I think last 2 days, we witnessed a very successful projects, restructures, and I think it is encouraging for everyone. So I think we need to learn a lot, but we need to learn what we have achieved in Cyprus as well in the past. Yes, Nicosia is well famous with everyone, last divided capital of the Europe, last divided capital of the world. But, as you have said, I think we need to make it as a label that the best capital for the divided, on the divided atmosphere with the most of corporations as well. I mean, in the past, after the 74, for example, the famous Lellos Dimitriadis and Mr. Mustafa Akıncı, two heroic mayors, even after just a couple of years after the bad memories, let's say, they made the cooperation possible. They made the cooperation. And they have made in two ways. One, because it was interdependency, the wastewater issue, the sewage network, which we are still using, the same sewage network. We are upgrading it, but we are still using it. And we have to cooperate because it is interdependency. And they envisioned the city that one day this division will be over. So they set up the Nicosia master plan teams. And we have come out with the many twin projects to restoration of the historic walled city, restoration of the old houses, neighborhoods, and etc. And in 1990s, we managed that cooperation. And in 2007, we have received the Aachen Reward, the Architectural Reward, and 2011, the Europa Nostra Prize, which 2 members of that team is here now, Agni and Ms. Doratlı, and thank you. This is a heritage for us. Thank you very much. So yes, I mean, look, I mean, it is difficult to work in a difficult atmosphere. Yes, it is a divided capital. And it is since 1958. The first barricades was in the 1958, then 1963, then with the 1974, everything is divided. So there is 2 administration, 2 religion, 2 communities, but we have a 1 history, 1 common cultural heritage that we need to preserve. We have 2 municipalities and 2 logos. It's the same logos we have. Because Nicosia has 11 Pentagon bastions. And imagine, since 2004, the Republic of Cyprus is a member of the European Union, but North is not. North, as a geography, is, but in the North, acquis communautaire is suspended. So, we couldn't receive as much as funds, of course, but they are doing really a good job over there, preserving the cultural heritage. But if we lose 3 bastions in North, what we are going to do to get rid of our logos, and etc. This is our common history. We need to find the ways, and we need to find the means to cooperate and to achieve successful things. Yes, the game is changed after 2004. Yes, this is obvious. But there should be creative ideas, huh? Why not? There could be. There could be. And since then, thanks to him and thanks to Mr. Yorgacis as well, now we are bringing in 1 more good project, which is a Pedios River bicycle and walking path route, which is crossing is going to divide the city. So it is 1 more achievement. 1 more and 1 more we have to do. So I think trust could be generated by the daily life, upgrading the daily life of the citizens. Yes, there was lots of regeneration projects in the 1990s, but we couldn't persuade the youngsters to come to the Vault City up until 2015. So you need a motivation, you need something else as well. So the trust could be only come by upgrading the daily life of the citizens. By technology? Yes, by technology. By the good means? Yes, by the good means. But we need to cooperate. Imagine the COVID blocks everything a couple of years ago. And we couldn't even cross from the checkpoints. But if we couldn't manage to cooperate, then we couldn't help our citizens as well. So we need to be brave. And we need to be inclusive to overcome the difficulties. So I think leadership is very important, yes, of course, to building up trust. But 1 more thing, not to get stuck in the stereotypes as well. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Armanci. And this 1 history, 1 heritage, and at the same time, this is heritage is invested in by the local community, which is living in its vicinity. And the values which are attributed by some or the others are not always the same. So on this note, I would like to give the floor to Natasha Vukovic, President of ALDA. You bring extensive experience in democracy, the rule of law, fundamental rights, European integration, and European values, with a particular focus on European integration of the Western Balkans. What role does ALDA play in promoting local democracy and strengthening civil society? And we know also that you've carried out a series of high-level meetings in Podgorica, Montenegro. What do you think is the role of citizens' participation in the integration process? Thank you.
Thank you. First, let me thank Europa Nostra for the invitation to participate in this panel on behalf of ALDA, which is the European Association for Local Democracy. And I would also like to greet you on behalf of the Center for Democracy Foundation from Belgrade, which I chair, and we are a member of ALDA. So ALDA is committed to local democracy, and you can't deal with local democracy without thinking about culture and cultural heritage. It is a particular thematic hub, if I may say so, in our commitment to contribute to better local democracy in European Union, but also in the Western Balkans, and we do a lot of things also in Eastern Partnership, in Ukraine, in Moldova, and we also spread activities now to Far East and even to South America. When we speak about local authorities and what can they do and how we actually help them to increase their role and improve their role and their contribution to preservation of local heritage, I would like to share with you the results that we have achieved through two projects that are currently going on. The first one is Boost project, which has been supported by the French Development Agency. And it has three pillars. One of the pillars is actually cultural heritage and rural development. We link actually, of course, cultural heritage to rural development. And what we do through this program, we actually, as ALDA always do, link local authorities with citizens and with citizens associations, trying to make this link in order to build trust, but also make some very substantial changes in everyday life of citizens. First of all, citizens' participation and inclusiveness is part, it's the cornerstone of local democracy. We can't think about local democracy without citizens' participation and inclusive approaches. What does the Boost project do is particularly that we engage municipalities in enriching, developing their capacities. Because there are not a lot of capacities for running cultural projects at local level. I was recently in the city of Užice, where I was contributed to some local planning. And I was told, for example, the city of Užice is a very developed city in Serbia, that the last two architects, urbanists, have left the city administration and went to companies. There are no more architects in the city of Užice. They deal with permits for construction, they deal with scrutiny of various projects and so on. And so imagine how it actually affects one big city. So the next thing that we do in Boost projects is that actually we push local authorities to partner with civil society organizations. This is of the utmost importance because actually citizens do gather and do associate on the issue of cultural heritage because they share those values, historical narratives and so on, and they want to be active in that part. And the third thing that we do through a Boost project is actually cross-border cooperation. And that is of the utmost importance. And you asked me about how it actually links with European integration. Because regional cooperation is a demand, it's a requirement for the European integration of the Western Balkans. And you know that there are so many divisions in that part of Europe. So that actually cross-border cooperation in the area of cultural heritage helps to build those bridges that have been actually destroyed during many years of conflicts, inter-ethnic tensions, historical barriers, and so on. Although today also we do have renewed nationalist narratives that actually endanger the regional cooperation. So I would like just to mention two initiatives that because we have also we finance some local projects. So the one is, for example, uncovering her story. Through this project, this initiative, we actually enabled to integrate feminist heritage into official tourist strategies and development plans. For example, initiative WIBE, Connecting Young People, directly involves municipalities in Albania, Montenegro, and Serbia by facilitating consultations with over 200 youth participants. It's of the utmost importance because young people actually, they want to share common content, common concerns and priorities, and they see culture also as a link. And there is another project, the second example is a Shared Horizons project, which actually helps develop sustainable tourism, which is in direct link also with cultural heritage. We know that when we think about sustainable tourism, it means developing local craftsmanship, restoring, local stories, food, music, and so on. And it gives potential for local development. So we actually try to spread and to develop this notion and this understanding in the local authorities, how they can actually benefit from that kind of tourism. But there are a lot of challenges also for local authorities. We do this and we have very good results, but we are very well aware what are the impediments and the challenges, the one that I mentioned about capacities, but there are many others, maybe we can talk about later.
Thanks a lot for highlighting that through these projects how you linked up the citizens with the local authorities and also how you managed to partner up with civil society, how local authorities could partner up with the civil society and with the culture and the heritage in the focus, which then is also a kind of driver for the sustainable tourism. With this, I would like to give the floor online to Stefano Pisani, the mayor of Pollica in Italy, former president of the Città Slow International, as well as also promoter of the Mediterranean Diet Agency. And linking up to the sustainable tourism, what does it take to develop tourism without losing our roots, to protect culture, sustain the environment, and strengthen community ties? Also, I read that you selected a quote of Hemingway to capture your commitment to the territory. And the quote is, "The world is a beautiful place and it is worth fighting." So perhaps you can elaborate a little bit on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry. I want to apologize for not being in Brussels with you. For me, it's a real pleasure for the invitation to this important moment of discussion. The first question is very, very important for us because I don't know if the people know where is Pollica. Pollica is a small village in the south of Italy, Campania region. Very beautiful place, but I am the mayor in a very strong national park, very important national park for Italy and Europe. And we try to change the story of this small village and also the other area. For us, the answer is very simple. 3 words, or 4, I don't remember if 3 or 4 is the right number. The first one is authenticity, awareness and the education. And the 4th is a concept, connect different dots. For my community, tourism should not be consuming a place, but about understanding it. It's very important. Normally, the tourists choose the different places all around the world to visit different place, only to put a flag on this place. Nobody understands the real sense of a community. At Polyga, we learned that protecting our roots, for example, Mediterranean diet, means helping our community become aware of their value and giving them the skill to manage it. That's why we invest in training. For example, we create a campus, Paideia Campus, where we try to help the community and create living labs project that teach people, especially young people, how to use local resources wisely. For example, our sea, our food tradition, our culture. The recipe is use culture to create tourism, not use culture to save our culture and create a real economic value. For us, a sustainable tourism model must start from the community itself. If the people feel proud and capable, if they see visitors as partners rather than invaders, then tourism become a bridge, a tool for regeneration, not erosion. When we host the tourist, we have a temporary citizen, not a tourist. So for us, the real sustainability is not just environmental or economic, it's culture and relation. It's the ability to welcome others without losing yourself, and that's the essence of the Mediterranean spirit. And for us, we have different projects, but we are really proud about the first one is Paideia Campus, the campus where we make available to the next generation the tools necessary to use our heritage for the future. The other one is collect different pieces of the puzzle all around the other territory, the other municipality. Connect the dots for us is to create a relation and define a common strategy. For example, we create a big master plan on 30 municipalities, decide the same way to choose the way for the future, decide a strategy, decide investment, decide how our community collaborate for the future, use the natural resources and other. And the last one is to use the water, the very sense of, for example, sea, but in general, the blue side of our planet for create innovation and also a discontinuity to generate new energy. So in particular, we believe that the real value is the community. If you change the awareness of the community, you also find the right way to create a good tourism for the future. For the other question, for the quote, for me it's very important, this quote. This is not a quote, this is not just a line from a book. For me, it's a real way of life. Hemingway reminds us that the beauty needs people who are willing to defend it. In a world often driven by profit and speed, believing that the world is worth fighting for means choosing, care over indifference, open cynicism. In Polyga, we fight every day for that idea. It's a really way to fight. That the world can still be beautiful if we decide to make it so. We fight through small, concrete action. Planting trees, teaching our children the value of Mediterranean diet, building projects that connect people instead of dividing them. And when I think of this fight, for example, I think of Angelo Vassallo, our former mayor. A man who literally lost his sight trying to save this place, and who taught us defending beauty of paying a personal price. His courage reminds us that protecting our community can be one of the most powerful ways to protect the world. So yes, the world is a fine place and worth fighting for, especially if we start fighting for the places we love the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pisani. And these initiatives are clearly going beyond a kind of stop-and-go approach of tourism, but instead of a sustainable tourism that puts culture, heritage, but particularly the human needs at the center. I also very much like the notion of temporary citizens that you gave to the tourists. We also know that unbalanced tourism will be one of the focus of the next EU strategy. So this will be something that will be tackled together with taking into account the cross-border, the rural, the insular, the peripheral and depopulated areas. So thanks a lot. And with this, I would like now to turn to Gayane Kasnati, as director of CIRE, the Center for the Study, Preservation and Enhancement of Armenian Cultural Heritage, as well as council member of Europa Nostra. You have conducted a mapping of civil society organizations which are active in Armenia in the field of cultural heritage. And this mapping shows that the organizations have a strong ability to preserve Armenians' cultural heritage. But do you think there is sufficient concern for this heritage? And linked to this, could a fundamental shift in sustainable cultural tourism, placing culture, heritage, and local communities at the heart of the tourism development play a major role in your case? Thank you.
Thank you. Is it working? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me and CIRE here. It's very important to have the voices of Armenia listen, because Armenia is a very tiny country and its heritage is under attack from different reasons. We had the chance, thanks to Europa Nostra and the European Heritage Hub project, to conduct a mapping of Armenian society organizations devoted to heritage. But also we promoted a study of the evolution of the laws for culture till the collapse of the Soviet Union, so the independence of Armenia up to now. And this was very interesting and revealed a big effort to try to improve and to build. But there are some pieces that were lost during this process. So it was completely erased, all the system of education in cultural preservation. So in Armenia, we do not have any capacity in this field. And so together with this comes also the lack of understanding of the importance of that. And another thing, as we are speaking about municipalities, so we found out that there are overlapping responsibilities about cultural heritage, but nobody is enforcing these responsibilities. And even in the municipalities, people do not know that they are responsible for the preservation of the heritage that is staying in their area. So, the small grant scheme, Europa Nostra financed training organized by the Blue Shield, but this is still too little. We need a lot of work to try to involve all these people. And as we turn to tourism, the civil society organizations that we mapped are doing an incredible work because, well, they feel this need and they are really committed to preserve intangible heritage, traditions, crafts. And this started to be a new direction for sustainable tourism. And so we have the demonstration that this is attracting indeed tourists, and there is a lot of independence organization. But it also attracted the idea from the Ministry of Culture and the institutions that they need to restore more, to give to the tourists something. And the idea is to rebuild, so what they say is preservation, in reality is rebuilding and is implementing interventions that are not considering the multiple layers of the history on the monuments. So yes, the answer is cultural tourism is very important and has a big possibility of sustaining also this kind of healthy development. But we need to be somehow more organized. We hope now, as we are becoming part of the consortium of Europa Nostra with the European Heritage Hub, to be able to implement some of the tools that the European Heritage Hub already created, that are very useful tools and based on participation. And so this mapping is only the starting to create more connection and coordination between civil society that indeed demonstrated to be very near and to understand the needs of the people and civil society. But still the possibilities given by the actual financing are very small, as demonstrated the small grant scheme. So we received up more than 600 applications for 14 projects. So this is also an appeal to everyone in this room and outside to think together about how to increase the resources available, because they are really critical. So we need the financial, institutional, but also human resources increased to save this extraordinary energy that we see in civil society and to translate it in impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you see a bit that, thank you. The ecosystem is still a bit fragile and not completely fully supported. Also, the mapping, as you said, can be the start also to analyze the issue, for example, of the overlapping responsibilities and to analyze these gaps. Anyway, I see that you're placing culture really at the heart, so that anyway they are grounded in the experiences and the aspiration of the citizens. And this is not only at the local level, at daily needs, but also with a long-term visioning. And with this idea in mind, I would like to invite Jordi Pasqual, also online, as a coordinator of the UCLG Culture Committee. You advocate for the role of cultural factors and actors in the UN Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, including the need of a culture goal. And at Mondia Cult and the UCLG Culture Summit last month, you reaffirmed this powerful message: there is no sustainable development without culture. Now, my question is, in what ways have local and regional government promoted and continue to promote a standalone culture goal in the post-2030 development agenda? Or is there a need for a support coming from somewhere else? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Firstly, my gratitude to the organizers of this conference, and my apologies for not being able to be with you today in Brussels. The advocacy of UCLG on the culture goal goes hand in hand with the seven very important civil society organizations, networks, global. The ICOMOS, the International Council on Museums, ICOM, the International Federation of Libraries, IFLA, the Federation of Coalitions for Cultural Diversity, Cultural Action Europe, Arterial Network, the International Music Council, and us in UCLG. Why? Because as early as in 2012, when the negotiations for at that time, the post-2015, now the Agenda 2030, before the negotiations began, we, in our experience with the Agenda 21 for Culture, with more than 100 cities that we had coached, promoted, analyzed, awarded, we noticed, it became evident that perhaps nations, perhaps states can explain themselves without culture. Perhaps the Millennium Development Goals were not ready to have a culture goal. And certainly in 2015, the United Nations was not ready to have a culture goal. But it is impossible for a place to self-explain without culture being explicit and operational. In UCLG, in the last 20 years, we have said the triangle of sustainable development is obsolete. We cannot explain the world, we cannot explain a place, we cannot explain ourselves as human beings unless culture is added as an explicit dimension together with the environment, the economic, and the social. So the natural consequence of this narrative to be implemented, to be offered to those cities all around the world wishing to go in this direction was with the toolkits that we have promoted. The most recent one, the Culture 21 Plus, this booklet that it is available in our website. And then the advocacy comes naturally. We are trying to convince what it is self-explanatory, it is self-evident, but still some scales of government, some layers of power do not accept the cultural dimension. Where we are, in 2022, the campaign in the Mondiacult 2022 in Mexico City, we released the first ever proposal of a culture goal with 10 targets. And 15 days ago in Barcelona, in Mondiacult 3, we released the same proposal, a culture goal, the same 10 targets with some nuances. We added, example, artificial intelligence to one of the targets, and indicators, a full list of existing indicators, possible indicators, priority areas for future indicator development, priority areas for qualitative reporting, and this is published in several languages, available in the website of the campaign Culture 2030 goal. What we need, we would have been very happy if the final declaration of Mondiacult had explicitly mentioned the need to go in the direction to have targets in the culture goal. Very generically, the Mondiacult 2025 final declaration of UNESCO, Ministers for Culture, they say it is interesting to go in the direction of a standalone culture goal. All right. Almost the same language as in Mondiacult 2022. We would have liked a step forward, mentioning the targets, mentioning at least the contents of the culture goal, not consensus, not yet. So first we have to convince some nations, some national governments that are not yet convinced by this, say, evidence. Second, we need those that are already convinced to include in the national reports they are sending either in June 2026 or in June 2027 to the high-level political forum, to include a chapter on the culture goal, as if the culture goal was already existing, as if the culture goal was a reality. And third, we need, certainly, I take your word, Christina, we need more help. We need the European Union to take a decisive, clear step forward saying, yes, we need the culture goal. Yes, this is fundamental for our soft power. Yes, we cannot lose more credibility in aligning human rights, culture, and development and democracy. And certainly this goal goes in this direction. So this is in a nutshell how we see things in UCLG today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you're also calling for more contribution from the national level to support the local and regional authorities. And I was recently also reading an article by Justin O'Connor that was saying, why risk a culture goal rather than defending the status quo, also because we don't know how many iterations will still happen, and the role of national level is not really in contradiction with these kind of international commitments and statements. So I think this is what you were intending also to analyze, and when referring to the possibility of including in national reports and within the national level plans and the national reports. So, thanks a lot now for this first round. I'm having a look at the time, and I'm thinking that perhaps instead of having a second round from myself, we could actually collect some questions from the audience that we can then redirect to the panelists. And let's see if we have already. I see here one immediately, first row. If there is a microphone.
Mic is coming.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for this panel. It was extremely interesting, like in the morning. I was in Cyprus more than 20 years ago, and I would not dare to pretend that I knew much about Cyprus at that time and today. But when I see and listen to you both, that you are sharing ideas, that you are sharing visions, that you are sitting, the leaders of the two communities of Nicosia here together, I mean, this is a signal they are coming here to Brussels to talk to us. And I mean,
they took a picture together.
Yeah, and I mean, I get the feeling, listening to you, that it's not anymore a divided city. This is a city, there are two communities. So this is really impressive, and thank you so much for coming. But my question is, who paves the way for whom? Politics for culture or culture for politics? So I don't know, these things are not that easy, but could culture prepare something to make this change possible? Or, of course, it needs always a political framework, but I don't know if you can say something to this question.
I mean, for me, it's definitely culture first and politics follow. Number one, I would like to call everyone in this room for action, because Nicosia, not everyone knows Nicosia, but it's a city built within medieval walls. And there are parts of the walls that are falling apart. And we can have discussions, but the walls will not come back. And they've been there since the 14th century. They were designed by Savournian, a famous Venetian architect. So they bring us together, and we have an active duty, not just as Cypriots, but all of us, to preserve this heritage. Sometimes it becomes a money issue. Even the European Union considers culture a money issue. We have to deal with this issue, with this matter head on. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got a multi-year financial framework, the MFF, that has been deposited. How much money is there for culture? And on a cost-benefit analysis, do we do another piece of road work for 120 million, or do we reconstruct the buffer zone of Nicosia, for which time has stopped in the Christmas of 1964, which is one of the 7 most endangered areas of cultural heritage in Europe, according to Europa Nostra. Agni, which year was it? So, 2011. So, we have an area which has been officially declared one of the 7 most endangered areas in Europe for cultural heritage that is falling apart. There are trees coming through the roofs. There is no sewage, there is no drainage, there's rats and mice running all around, and Mehmet and myself are trying to explain to our citizens how on earth can this be real in the year of 2025 with the trillions of euros that the European Union is putting into defense and into other areas that are considered priority. So, for heritage, we have to put our money where our mouth is. That's one. Number 2, you know, it's not just conflicts that destroy cultural heritage. We are pretty capable ourselves to do it. So in 2009, we prepared a list of 176 buildings in Nicosia in the south part of Nicosia that deserve protection and that they should be declared listed. The government didn't do anything since then, and we ran, on my instructions, another study which shows that we've already lost 56 out of the 176. And there's a big discussion whether there is a conflict between development and heritage. I think it's a pseudo dilemma. Because, to answer this question, what would be the impact on the GDP of Paris if we were to take out the Eiffel Tower? What would be the impact for the GDP of Brussels if we take out the Grand Place? What would be the impact on the GDP of London if we destroy the Tower Bridge, the Tower of London, and all the heritage that there is there, because London is basically a Roman city and we built everything else on top? And the City of London is a good answer on how heritage and development can coexist. Because right behind the listed buildings of the City of London, you see skyscrapers, which for some people in the room might be an insult to heritage. But there's a big but. Not everybody is allowed to build skyscrapers. They need to have an aesthetic, because that will define the skyline of the city for the next 150 years. So the dilemma is not between development and heritage. The dilemma is whether we are ready to invest in our heritage, because we realize that if we lose it, it will have a financial impact as well, not only a cultural impact. We must not isolate the two notions. And number two, if we are serious about it, we need to put our money where our mouth is. So yes, it's culture first and politics follow, but leadership must go at the front.
Mr. Armanci, perhaps you want to react?
Yeah, when he's asking for money, I'm really happy. But look, I think it's a chicken and egg case as well. But in our case, politics should be driven factor. It should be, because we need a leadership to be focused on this kind of matters, for sure, because they are stopping it. They are stopping the contact and everything. So it is very important. Look, even the proper member of the European Union capital is asking for more money, okay, to upgrade the city. Imagine they left it outside. So we need a proper bi-communal cooperation, for sure. It's not only going to be a modeling, like, few ingredients of it. It should be a proper bi-communal cooperation, because we have to preserve our city together. This is our city. Look, this is a circle city. It's blocked since 1958, 63, and 74, and we will now have a U-shaped city. The youngsters doesn't understand the division. They think that this is the border. They have to live like this. They don't have any memory. It's only a beautiful city in the other side for some of them. So we need to create a common zones. We need to create a common spaces. We need to create a common aims for the citizens of the city. And yes, we have to ask more, because Nicosia deserves more. Nicosia is the only divided capital in Europe and should have a special funding mechanism. Have a special funding mechanism. This should be a Nicosia funding, and it should be bi-communally funded if there will be a project. And it's not going to be only a modeling aspect. It should be a proper cooperation over there. So I'm totally agree, but let me comment on his first round speech. Yes, there is three priorities for next year. You are going to hold a very nice mayor conference, which I hope it will be a very successful one. And you are going to show on the buffer zone From the verbs, the other side, huh? I will have a modeling myself to say hi from over there. But I hope since then we have overcome this problem, or we have overcome more checkpoints in Nicosia. If not, for example, to make much more accessible in the walled city, for example. The third one was the environment. If the funding stops in the buffer zone, if I am going to pollute in the north, don't worry, it will be affecting the south as well. There is a bastion in the north, which is in the north geographically, but when you look down, it's south. So you cannot stop the poisoned weather in the buffer zone. It continues over there. So we have to find a common funding scheme for Nicosia, and we should be very sincere for this. We did before, we can do it again. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another question here.
It's not a question, but just an additional comment to what Herman has asked. We spoke before about the cross-border cooperation, but cross-border, in Cyprus means a different thing. Cross-border, we don't consider it a border, but it's a dividing line. And therefore, it should be a cooperation between the national government, the local government, and the European authorities, so that there is an agreement as to how the priorities are for the divided city of Nicosia. It is a priority for us, for Cyprus, and I agree with both leaders that it is a priority because the other cities of Cyprus have the sea, have something different attraction. But in Nicosia, we have our history and our culture. So they have the national leaders, when they speak about peace-building measures, they should think about these things. They should incorporate this in their demand to the European Union. They should give priority to these issues. Thank you.
Thanks for this passionate comment. I would like to see if there's one more question. I see one there. Yes. Perhaps for other panelists.
Thanks. Is it working? Yes, sorry. Hello, everyone. I'm Clémentine Deboeuf from Eurocities, a proud member of the European Heritage Hub. And if you allow me, I would like to make a little connection between this morning's panel on the next funding, the next EU budget, and the role of local authorities, as you've very well demonstrated how heritage and culture are very deeply rooted in our cities and in our regions. And I would like to make a call to all of you representing local authorities in Europe to support a very strong urban chapter in the next EU budget, because cities and local authorities might be sidelined by in the next negotiation. So it's really important that we continue to give a strong voice to local authorities in Europe for also a strong culture sector, and so that cities can continue their support to local culture sectors, the heritage, planning and architecture that was mentioned today and also yesterday during the awards. So it's more like a call to action. Join us in advocating for a strong voice for cities in this next chapter, because there is no vibrant city without culture, and there is no strong Europe without culture. Thanks.
Thanks a lot for this call, very important. So I think we are over time. If there are no other questions, I think I would like to thank very much the speakers I was very lucky for all your stimulating inputs. And also you as audience for active participation and for listening. And I can now invite also the speakers to return to their seats and to give the floor to Manon for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our panelists for that inspiring exchange and for reminding us that solidarity and democracy truly begin at the local level. We now arrive at our concluding session, taking stock of what we have discussed during the whole day, but also looking ahead. How can Europe's heritage further be a leverage for democracy, inclusion, solidarity, and sustainability in the years to come? Our moderator is our Secretary General, Snežka Kvadvlik-Mihajlović, also project leader of the European Heritage Hub. Snežka, please join me on stage, while I'm also calling our distinguished speakers. I would like to first call Mrs. Tanja Hristova, first Vice Chair of the SEDEC Committee of the European Committee of the Regions, but also Mayor of Gabrovo in Bulgaria. Welcome. Her Royal Highness Princess Dana Firas, ICOMOS Vice President for the Arab States Regional Group, President of the Petra National Trust and UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador for Cultural Heritage. Welcome. Androula Vasiliou, Chair of the Europa Nostra Heritage Hub in Nicosia and Vice President of Europa Nostra. And last but not least, Herman Partzinger, Executive President of Europa Nostra and Chair of the Hub Advisory Council. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Manon. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for all who organize this exceptionally good forum in this new phase, the preparatory action phase of the European Heritage Hub. I feel so proud because I have the feeling that indeed the magic of the hub is working. Because when Harry, I can't see him, but Harry said that, you know, when we were walking and talking together and saying to ourselves a number of years, during the European Year of Cultural Heritage, in fact, dear Silvia, dear Christina, we really felt that there is so much energy and so much extraordinary stakeholders, but we are too fragmented. And the way forward is to find the formula to build many more bridges. And if we succeed in building these many more bridges, then our voice is going to be much more impactful. And I think this forum today, first of all, illustrating that after the pilot phase, really the consortium, I think half of the consortium was in some way involved. We had moderators, we had speakers, we had experiences, we had also members of our advisory council, where we also have extraordinary personalities who got involved in supporting the hub. And we built so many bridges today. First of all, the bridges between civil society and cities. I think that is also something that the formula of the European Heritage Hub, that focus also of having a stronger alliance with cities and the networks of cities, I think that was probably the most original aspect of the hub, because, you know, in various networks, Europa Nostra, Europeana, other networks that are member of European Heritage Alliance, we brought already a lot of partners, but that bridge with with cities and local authorities is fundamental. And of course, symbolism of being here in the town hall, the speech, the video message of the mayor of Brussels was, you know, was music to our ears. It was really, we wish every single mayor in Europe will speak in this way, but we have the feeling that they are already very numerous. It's really the power of the voices of the mayors is increasing. That bridge number one. The bridge between EU member states and those who are either candidates of neighboring. Because, to quote the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, during her State of the Union, European Union speech, when she spoke about the enlargement, she used the word reunification and not anymore enlargement. And that is a fundamental nuance in the difference, that we are talking about reunification of Europe, and the reunification of Europe cannot mean the reunification of markets. It is the reunification also of our memories, of our history, and our culture and our cultural heritage. So the fact that we had in Ukraine, we had the Western Balkans, we had the Caucasus, so all of them are with us because Europa Nostra, Notre Europe, it's La Grande Europe. Then also within heritage also we are building bridges between and the digital and the natural and the tangible and intangible. Then we are building bridges between heritage and the wider field of culture. The presence of Culture Action Europe was extremely important, and with this cultural deal for Europe campaign, that we clearly say that we are not just a fortress. We have fortresses that we need to save, including the Venetian walls of Nicosia, but we are in that together with the wider world of culture. And then when we say, Herman, you pronounce the word Mare Nostrum. There is also the Mare Nostrum, and there is the north shore, the eastern shore, there is the southern shore of the Mare Nostrum, and that's why, I mean, having Her Royal Highness Princess Diana with us, it's so important. So we are showing that we are really serious. We are serious about moving as many barriers that we can, and this is just give us hope. I think Guillermo, you were on fire, and you got us all on fire this morning when you said, you know, we should go for the utopia. This is a permanent challenge of us. Indeed, you know, we don't want. It's not normal. And listening also to the two leaders of the two communities from Nicosia, it's not normal that after 70 years of Brussels being the capital of the European Union decision-making, that we are still, after 70 years, after hundreds and hundreds of documents, thousands of pages of documents that heritage and that culture matters, we still have to sort of say, will we have 0.5 or 0.2 in the next budget of the European Union? There is something which is not normal, and I think we should somehow rebel ourselves and said, we don't accept that. Like the two mayors said, you know, we don't want to accept anymore. And that's why I'm delighted that we have in this closing panel, I think all of you are the persons who don't accept you know, obvious for normal, you go for more, and you go for better. And of course, and so I would first like to give the floor to the representatives of the Committee of the Regions. You have heard several times we said that this summit coincides with the European Week of Cities and Regions. So I started by putting the emphasis of the cities and regions. We had a number of mayors. We had it also yesterday night during our ceremony. We also had it during today. But having the representative of the Committee of the Region and of the committee that is dealing with culture is very important. So we very much look forward to that, also to support from the Committee of the Regions for especially highlighting that role of cities and regions in the cultural compass that everybody speaks, and it is in the making. And so I would like to ask first you to tell us from the perspective of the Committee of the Region, what are your expectations of the cultural compass, and how can we together fight for the full inclusion of and giving priority to culture and cultural heritage within the cohesion funds in the next MFF?
Thank you very much, Neshka. First of all, I would like to say that I'm really inspired by being part of this great event. And it was really unique opportunity to listen to the two representatives that are leading Nicosia and to think how important culture is for our sustainable development and for our European perspective. And yes, I represent the European Committee of the Regions, which is one of the institutions, actually the one that is working closely with all other European institutions in order to voice the messages that we meet on local and regional level, which means actually we are in the position to voice the citizens' perspective. And in this role, we are really very, very much of importance. And with our work, we are really trying to put culture very high on the paradigm of our activities, especially with the commission that I have the privilege to be first vice chair after being a chair for 2.5 years, where we have culture and creativity and cultural heritage very much as a topic. But let me also share with you that in order to be an active and quite emotional member of the Committee of the Regions, I'm directly linked to the local perspective because I'm a mayor of Bulgarian municipality. I will tell you a little bit later about our cultural dimensions and about our cultural ambition, but just to mention the name of my city, my municipality, it is called Gabrovo, and I'm sure that you will remember this name because I will tell you something that some of you probably know, majority of you probably don't know. But because you have mentioned the European Week of Cities and Regions, and because yesterday we started with a debate, and the focus of our debate was the cohesion. And when we speak about cohesion, we cannot eliminate cultural policies out of cohesion. And we, on a local and regional level, should be really united in fighting for our independence and for our decentralization in terms of the strategic policies that are normally linked to our citizens, to our local and regional territories, instead of being convinced that centralization would be something good. So this is very important, and that's why I mention cohesion and culture, because they are not separate realms, they are important elements. Culture is an important element of our European cohesion, which is actually the only investment policy. It is an investment policy that transformed cultural heritage, that created cultural opportunities in our physical territories, and that provided for cultural participation. You wanted to intervene?
Working? Yeah. Thank you for mentioning that you are the mayor of, I suppose, I don't know it, but suppose a historic city like any city in Europe, bigger or small, it's a historic city. Do you believe, coming from Bulgaria, which is one of the latest comers into the EU family, that the funds that were available from the EU for Bulgaria, were there enough investment in cities like yours and in using the potential and culture and heritage as a resource for sustainable development in cities in Bulgaria?
I will start by sharing my personal understanding that it is not only Europe that should impose investments, and I'm sure that there are no financial opportunities that will be sufficient to address directly our challenges, and we have many. But it is also the ambition that comes from the cities, the leadership that was mentioned, and here, maybe in between, we can meet the opportunities and actually the investments that come from Europe. Maybe I have to share my experience as a mayor of a Bulgarian municipality, but maybe, And this is not something that is an exaggeration, but maybe I'm not the best representative of the majority, because during the 2.5 programming periods that also coincide with my presence in my municipality, we have managed to invest a lot in restoring cultural heritage, in creating new cultural sites, in encouraging cultural independent participation, and of course combining European money with our own financial resources. And this is something that we chose because our community has culture in its identity. It has the tradition, it has the ambition, and that's why I think that we should be active, we should be engaged, and we should showcase and in this way encourage other cities to be brave.
It's an issue of leadership.
And
you
to be
just expect the European Union to do it if you don't do it locally yourself.
And this is part of the identity of Europe, I think. We have to be ambitious. We have to want more. We have, of course, to offer more in order to overcome our challenges. And because I mentioned European Week of Regions and Cities, I encourage you to go to the site of the European Committee of the Regions and get acquainted with the latest EU annual report. You will read here some of the most pressing challenges. I'm sure that you know most of them, but here maybe culture could be a real instrument for addressing these challenges concerning employment, quality jobs, concerning problems with depopulation, need to attract talents. And culture is really, I fully agree with Jordi, which I know for many years, that culture should be within the Sustainable Development Goals clearly stated, and that culture is the fourth pillar, which is very strong for our regional sustainable development. And I think that it is high time to convince European politicians, because local politicians, I think we are totally convinced that culture needs to be supported with financial opportunities, but also with capacity that will help cities and regions to be really engaged with cultural transformation. And here, because I'm sure that the other panelists are very, very interesting and they have many interesting things to share, I would like to tell you something about my city, and it is quite directly linked with what we are doing in the Committee of the Regions. Of course, before that, I don't want to miss the fact that at the Committee of the Regions, through drafting opinions, we influence the decisions that are taken on European level, and in the realm of culture we have a number of opinions that have been drafted, and currently the last one will be on Agora EU program. I'm sure that this will be also very important instrument for cities and regions. We also organize quite interesting debates and meetings within our commission, and I would like also to mention one very successful project that collected so far more than 120 stories from cities and regions, showcasing that culture and education together could be very instrumental for our European identity and for addressing some of the cultural difficulties that we have when we have to accept each other. And these small success stories are really rich opportunity to see how beautiful is the diversity that we see across Europe. And just briefly about my city, I mentioned Gabrovo. Has anybody been in Gabrovo from the audience? No. No. So, no. One, my colleague is Romanian, and the other lady, I don't know. I hope that. So, I would say that we are a small municipality, but we have quite many unique cultural institutions. We have the only museum that is of education in Bulgaria, because in my city the secular education was set up. We have the only museum on humor and satire, and we have the only carnival that we organize based on satire, mainly political satire. It is organized in May, and it is an excellent platform to show what you think about everybody else, including all the political figures, and also to embody and to see yourself in another role. We have the unique and the only one in Bulgaria open-air ethnographic museum. The director, Professor Dimitrova, is member of ICOMOS. Actually, she's chairing the ICOMOS in Bulgaria. And we are very happy that after many, many years of systematic, I will say, fight and work, we are starting our work together with the support of the European cohesion policy to establish a contemporary art center named under the Christo and Jean-Claude. And here, I know that you will remember Gabrovo, because Christo was born in Gabrovo, and now, when he was alive, we have his permission to work for the establishment of this center, which actually, as a physical premise, will transform a former textile school. It is a very big building, but it will be a hub for creativity, for attracting artists, and for following the model of Christo and Jean-Claude. And one final word, but I hope we will have the chance to debate on this. Culture compass is something very important, and apart from its content, to have more money, to have more support, and to be co-created with cities and regions. Today we debated with Vice President Fito about EU agenda for cities, and culture should be a very important element in it. It is very important to insist...
Was it present today or not yet? Did you discuss about culture? And,
not yet, but maybe. I mentioned culture, actually, you can see in the recording. So it is very important to insist to be together in strong partnership in the design, in the implementation, and in the even modification and flexibility of all these policies, because if we invest and if we rely on culture, it could really be the healing for our challenges, and we have very strong challenges nowadays. Probably the most dangerous are two for me. This is the war, the wars, they are not only one, and also the climate challenges. And here culture could also be very, very instrumental. And coming to...
We'll come back to that point.
Yes, and coming to this place, I have very strong difficulties, because outside there is a strike, very serious presence of people who are, how to say, showcasing something which we probably miss to understand because we didn't invest enough in culture in the general term. And here I will stop.
Thank you. Thank you. I think... So many messages. First of all, I believe that all of us would love to come and discover your cities. And I think this is also about building bridges. We have discovered Poleka, a wonderful little village in Italy. We hope to come to Gabovo in Bulgaria, because indeed there is not only big cities and capital city, there is every single city, however small, has a wealth. And it tells a part of the European story, not just local, but European story. And also, what's very important that you mentioned, that it's not only about money. It's about skills and about the way how we use the money. And there, I would like to recall that during our last summit in Bucharest, we had our event that was dedicated precisely to the quality interventions in regard to heritage, and that we have, alas, examples where the money coming from the European Union budget was used in the wrong way, and that heritage was not properly restored because it was done not following the proper... So the quest is also for the highest standards of the practice, and that's something, and then combining with the available resources. Now, I would like to ask Androula Vassiliou, our Vice President, leader of the Europa Nostra Heritage Hub in Nicosia. But also, Androula, before speaking about the challenges of Cyprus and especially our next summit that we are going to organize in Nicosia under your leadership, you have been the European Commissioner responsible for culture a few years ago. When you now look into the chemin parcouru, the journey that we have done together since the time that you have been a very brave voice at the time. I think it was not obvious when you have been constantly during the Barroso Commission speaking about culture. It was not as present as it is, I have the feeling now. So from your perspective as a former commissioner, as somebody also very much involved in politics, this cultural compass that we are expecting, what's your expectation? Vesna Marjanovic from Europa Nostra Serbia said, this should be the compass of the European Union for the times to come. What is your expectation and your advice to us, you know, how to make the best of this opportunity?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, let me remind you that when we were planning the next multi-annual financial planning for the 7 years after I left, it was the time of the financial crisis. It was the first time that the EU budget was decreased. And the only 3 programs that received an increase was education, research, and culture, but in a very small amount. It was the minimal, but it was a small increase. But nowadays, when we spend millions on other issues, billions, I would expect culture to receive its proper place in the budget. And we should be demanding on that. So my expectations, of course, I don't know if anybody understands what exactly culture compass is. We have to wait and see. It's a big mystery what it will contain. And yesterday, of course, we were expecting the commissioner to say something about it. He never said anything. So it's a big mystery. But we have high expectations for that.
We have a meeting tomorrow. I expect that he will tell us some.
I will tell you. But if, as we expect, they will promise to have as 2% of the EU budget on culture and cultural heritage, which I hope they will, then it has to be targeted. Yes. Yes.
He mentioned it?
Yeah, but
there's hope.
But it's only the commissioner who said it. What about the commissioner for finance and economics and the budget? So it's a real process to go through the budget and agree with the parliament, with the council. The council is very important, you know, because it is the last stop before it is adopted. So what the Commission decides, it's one thing. What the Parliament will demand more, I hope, as usual. And finally, what the Council will decide. But I think that they should target it more, you know, and they should target a certain sum of money for cultural heritage. Because in the treaty of the EU, it says specifically, the EU shall, it doesn't say it may, it shall protect and promote cultural heritage. So they have to deliver. They have to deliver.
Now, this is a crucial point. Thank you for recalling the Lisbon Treaty and the famous Article 3.3 of the Lisbon Treaty. I must say that we have been lobbying fiercely for that. And still people are questioning whether the European Union has a competence in the field of culture and cultural heritage, whether this is not something which is a national competence only. We, of course, it not taking over from member states and regions. It is something which is adding, which is an additional thing. And the only way we can have the 2%, the target, and Lars Ebert also mentioned that was something that the cultural deal for Europe, one of the targets at minimum, we said minimum 2%, is if we combine the Agora EU, which we believe should be called Cultural Agora EU, yes. Not just Agora, but Cultural Agora EU, and the funds available for cohesion that are now somehow put to the member states to decide what they want to do. So European Union must sort of indicate that investing in culture is one way of investing in sustainable development.
I must point out that from the cohesion funds, quite a substantial amount of money goes to cities and localities and so on. And they transform squares and buildings. But it is a piecemeal. They should have a planning. For example, every national state, member of the Union, has to have a plan of how they proceed with cultural heritage. For example, you cannot ignore, for example, the walls of Nicosia and the 5 bastions that Mr. Harmagin has mentioned, and put it in a secondary thing, the square of a village, which has no real significance. I don't want to underestimate the importance of the villages.
But this is the European significance. Exactly. If there is a European significance, there is a justification of a European also action. Yes. So I think that, there we are touching really upon that coalition. So we are already sort of writing our advocacy agenda for the period ahead of us, and then linking the commitment of cities, the Committee of the Regions, the civil society in sort of advocating that when we come to the Commission, the Parliament, of course, and member states, not to forget the Council of Ministers. So I will come back to you, Andrew, afterwards about the next, the Nicosia. So now I would like, when I said we are building bridges, I mentioned the Mare Nostrum, but also the bridges between the European and the global. And the last time we saw each other, dear Dana, was 10 days ago. And that was at Barcelona and the Mondia Cult, where you participated with your various hats and in various panels. Your voice was extremely important, and one of the very important functions and the commitments that you have is to be the special envoy of the Climate Heritage Network for promoting a culture-based climate action. And you did it again forcefully in Barcelona. Now, I would like, it's wonderful to have you here. Last night I mentioned the symbolism, now in this moment to have you. I think also you had meetings and with Commissioner Mikalev about, you will tell us, what are the outcomes. You also just came from the meeting with Commissioner Dubravka-Šuica, who is responsible for the Mediterranean. So I would like very much to hear from you, so both from the Middle East perspective, Jordan and Middle East perspective, and from that global perspective, your global role, what would be your expectations about the collaboration with Europa Nostra, European Heritage Hub, and sort of our advocacy and agenda for the future.
Thank you, Śnieżka. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I am going to do what she did and ask how many people in the audience have been to Jordan? It's not too bad. Yes. So that's a few people more. And so
once is not enough.
No, I agree. Once is not enough. So, you know when you come to Jordan, and if you are from parts of Europe that are in the south, in the Baltics, in Cyprus, you know it feels very familiar. The geography is very familiar. The food is very familiar. The sense of the place, the olive trees, the oleanders in the street. And so there is a sense of geographic continuity. And it goes so well beyond that as well. So many of the traditions are similar. So many things are built around families. They're built around food. They're built around, olive trees and the olive harvest. And so there are a lot of connections in practices, and there are a lot of connections in traditions. And so I cannot see Europe and my part of the world as separate regions. I've never been able to see it, and I will never see it. That's not to say there are no challenges. There are challenges, and we have to be very realistic, and we have to have very good programs to address these challenges. But when you talk about cultural heritage, for example, and you visit Jordan, you visit Palestine, you visit Syria, you visit Lebanon, it is an extension of the civilizations that you have in Europe. I mean, since prehistory, human beings have crossed in and out of this region, and this has continued until today. And so I cannot, in the way that I approach cultural heritage in Jordan, do it with this very sort of closed border perspective. It doesn't make sense. It is not true to the history of our country and of this region and the connections that we have had. I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again today. When I attended in Venice, your Europa Nostra Awards, and this idea of having a pan-European approach where excellence in protecting heritage and promoting heritage is recognized, that for me was a very inspiring story. And I went back to Jordan, and that same year we started working on an award in Jordan to do just that, with the vision that we were going to expand it, we were going to connect it, and we were going to build on this idea of a Mare Nostrum through these...
You managed to get the European Union to support it, so, exactly. Small steps are very important.
Well, they supported it a little bit last year. They supported it more this year with a commitment for next year. But more importantly, as I had my discussions with, not necessarily here in Brussels, but in Jordan as well, and the idea of beginning to open it up to other countries in the region, that also I got a commitment from the European Union on. So most of these projects that we see now, whether it's the Pact for the Mediterranean, whether it's Erasmus, Horizon, there are so many programs that are being undertaken by Europe and by the European Union that have extensions to the neighborhood. And so we would like to build on that. We would like to continue to work in that spirit of collaboration. We would like to really emphasize that the connections and the exchanges that have characterized my region and Europe for thousands and thousands of years are ones that we celebrate, are ones that we honor, You know, there is great pride in Jordan, for example, on the sacred banks of the Jordan River, that was the point from which Christianity came to Europe. So there are connections in faith, there are connections in beliefs that I think we really have to honor and we really have to recognize moving forward. And in terms of the challenges that we face, you mentioned the 3 challenges that I always mention as well. They're the same challenges: conflict, climate, and these rapid transformations and lack of attention to culture that is maybe not as dramatic as conflict as climate, but is just as sinister and just as destructive. And these global issues are ones that not only do we share with Europe, but are really common among many of us throughout all around the world dealing with cultural heritage. And this is where my commitment came, to try and advocate as much as possible to integrate culture into the climate agenda. And when we started, it was like, you know, God, like, you know, when you start a little club in your school and nobody listens, and you're fighting to get people like, listen to me, believe me, you know, this is how it started. You remember very clearly, we were fighting to get a seat on the table. We were, you know, at Glasgow, at the COP in Glasgow, they said, you can't even go into the blue zone. If you want to talk about culture, go to the green zone. You don't belong in the blue zone. So you know, by the time we got to Sharm el-Sheikh, we were fighting.
Blue zone, that's the official zone where the really important people,
the decisions are made.
Decision makers.
Yes. The green zone is where you go to discuss, you know, happy, soft things. And so, yes. And so in Sharm el-Sheikh, we fought so hard. We advocated, we called, we shouted, and we got the space in the blue zone. But not only that, for the first time ever, we got ministers to agree to sit in the presidency pavilion to talk about culture. We had 4 ministers. That was 2 of them were from Jordan, and so it shows how much pushing I did on my part. And then off we go to Dubai the year after that, and we have 38 ministers around the table with knowledge partners. UNESCO was there, ICOMOS was there, Europa Nostra was there, and you know, people commit. There are very serious decisions being made all of a sudden. We have cultural heritage in the global goal on adaptation. We have the Dubai Belém work program where indicators are being developed for cultural heritage. And so there are really serious, you know, real serious progress in trying to get specific things on the agenda. Mondiocult, I mean, poor Jordi, he was very unhappy about Mondiocult. I was ecstatic in Mondiocult because we managed to get 164 ministers of cultures to sign a declaration that says culture is at the heart of the climate agenda. We will not meet the Paris Agreement goals. We will not avoid the overshoot beyond the 1.5 degrees if we continue to leave culture outside on the margins. And finally, we have recognition of this at the very highest levels. The work is not done. There is a million things that still need to be done. But at least we have made significant progress in a relatively short amount of time. I'm not going to take any more time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, because in fact you have demonstrated in only a few minutes, you have demonstrated first of all that fundamental bridge between your region and Europe is there for millennia. So it is high time. It is high time that sort of together that we again unite our voices and forces and sort of work on an important cultural and cultural heritage dimension of the Mare Nostrum, the Pact for the Mediterranean. That's something that is #1 advocacy target that we have. And I have the feeling with the forces that are here, you know, I think we can. I'm quite confident that we will achieve something. And the other one also, that progress that you demonstrated, first of all, I really want to pay tribute to your leadership because you played a fundamental role, because together also with our Andrew Potts, that was really an important advisor and force that. But your leadership was important. And the fact that we joined again, there was a fragmentation. And at the moment when we started, all those various organizations, from ICOMOS, from Climate Heritage Network, European level, when we all started coming together, then it was difficult for the ministers really to say, no, 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 it's not important. It's again the story of that we also have the responsibility, sort of not to take the, get our act together, and then the advocacy will become more effective. So another important, and I think that is also where we feel sort of your leadership at the global level, and our task is to translate and convince the European Union that they should be one of the leaders in that mobilization for the climate, culture-based climate action. And that is, I think, for the European Heritage Hub, is a very important objective in the future. Now, Herman, do you want to speak the last, or shall I first? And I'll give Andrula, because Andrula will take us to Nicosia. So I want to ask you, Herman, so everything you have experienced now in these the 2 intense days in Brussels. So in a sense, yesterday evening was also a sort of hub of excellence. That firework of extraordinary project that would have. And then today, this hub, so you have also these 2 hats, being executive president of Europa Nostra and chair of the advisory council of the European Heritage Hub. So how do you, where do you think should we focusing our energies in the coming period? What are your takeaways from these 2 days?
Well, I mean, after these amazing panels, I really feel a little bit humble. What can I add to these fantastic contributions which we had? I learned a lot. This was an enormous quality of the panels. And of course, the question is a little bit where the hub could go. I also was thinking about that all the time. And I mentioned a few, well, in the application, there are many topics. Heritage and peace, this is something from Amra from Bosnia, it was touch, destruction, reconstruction. I think this is something which was not followed after, but it is something which is important, just thinking about Ukraine, about Armenia and so on. And it's really impressive what we saw and what we heard about, call it enlargement or reunification, to the Caucasus, the bridges to the Near East. This is very, very important, and we have to follow that. And we know that the situation is difficult. We talked about that in our General Assembly, with statements from Serbia, from Georgia, the so-called democracy, and the changes which are happening there, which have an effect on the heritage professionals and volunteers, but on the society as a whole, and on the political systems, of course. But this is one thing, and we are clearly aware of this and trying to act and work together. And I spent with Guyane end of June, beginning of July, a week in Armenia. I was really impressed by the spirit of optimism. We had seminars with young people and everything. This was really impressive. It was fantastic. And you feel that there's something, and I asked myself, in a way, what's happening in our countries when I compare this? And well, we Germans have sometimes the fame to always just to be pessimist and see the problems in everything. But I think there's something which we should not forget. And 2 things which are extremely important, and I think only culture can help, and culture should be, and the European Cultural Hub should be aware of that. It is cohesion, integration in our society. There's one point that has 2 topics. One is a challenge, and the other is, for me, a dorming giant, but a bad giant. The challenge is we are immigration countries. We have people from all over the world, and it doesn't matter if they get less or more, we have them. And they will continue to come. And we have to integrate them. And if you look at the realities of our countries, we have parallel societies. Because we underestimated this problem for decades, for already decades. And now it's really it's the last moment that we have to try to change that. And culture has an enormous power. For example, we in the Berlin museums, we're training programs for museum professionals for refugees from Syria and Iraq. For years, since more than 10 years, this works. And I mean, and they learn not only explaining Islamic art, but also Christian art. And it can happen that a tourist from Korea comes to the Old Masters Painting Gallery, and a guide from Syria is explaining Christian art. I mean, and this is so important to understand each other. If he continues to stay forever in Germany, this is important, but if he returns to his country, to his home country, it's also important that there's understanding for our culture. And it was so funny, they had the topic of the art from the 17th century, the War of 30 Years, Catholics against Protestants and so on, and we explained it to them, the political background, historic background of this art. They said, well, this is like we have with Sunni and Shia. So suddenly there's a completely different understanding. But of course, these formats, which we are doing in other cultural institutions, these are drops on a heated stone. I mean, but we have to continue in this way. But this topic of integration is so important, especially because you talked about the Mare Nostrum, the bridges and so on. Bridges not only into the countries, bridges to the people from these countries which are living here. So this is one topic which has to be addressed. And another one, this is the dorming giant, the bad giant. I talked about it yesterday. Yesterday I said very shortly in my speech in the award ceremony, there are two dangers. The external one, of course, I'm personally not afraid about an attack from Russia. This would be suicide for them. Of course, it would be a catastrophe, but I'm not really afraid about that, and I think that Europe is defendable. But the internal enemies, and we have such a development of populism, this is a dorming giant. Last week, there's a group that's called the Mittwochsgesellschaft, Wednesday Society, is a group since late 18th century, from the late Enlightenment. It's a group of about 15 people. They all are retired. Me too now, I'm the youngest of them. There are former presidents of parliament, former ministers, writers and so on, CEOs from big firms. And we talked about, we invite always some people to discuss with them. And we invited politicians about the situation in East Germany and also now in West Germany about populist parties. And what they told us, we felt that we know it already, but to listen it from them, they are not anymore reaching the people. So they are literally losing the people to this AfD, to this right-wing party. And it's not only anymore a problem of Eastern Germany. Now we had the communal election in North Rhine-Westphalia. It's a similar tendency. And when you come then with our values, our European values, democracy, state of right and everything, freedom of speech, they don't care for it. They say, yes, they told us in GDR, they told us the same story, this is all fake news. You can say this is stupid, yes, but this is their reality. And this is really very much concerning. And look at Europe, what is happening. Look what's happening in France, in Czech Republic recently, not talking about Slovakia and Hungary. They have been lucky in Romania. In Poland, we will see presidential elections like this, what will be the next parliamentary elections. So there is a development which is really concerning. And they start in Germany, they start even using now culture. And they are attacking Bauhaus, and they're using terms to attack Bauhaus this against German identity. And so when you look at this and you compare it, what they wrote, the Nazis in 1979, 29 or 32, before taking over the power, the same wording even. So we have to be careful, and we should not underestimate that we win in the East and Southeast new countries and forgetting the problems which we have. And I think this is an extremely important topic which we have to address, because the only way we can reach them is through culture, history, because our European values, of course, are the basis of our lives, but they do not accept it anymore. This is a fact. And the politicians, they are scared to go there, because what are you doing? Normally, the parties, before elections, they go from house to house, from flat to flat, they're talking to the people. They are really afraid to go there. And the only way to get them is really through culture. So this is so important, and the hub should also not forget that this is really a very bad dorming giant.
Dear Herman, thank you so much for this very, very forceful contribution. I fear that it's not a dormant challenge. It's very much alive. It is the challenge which is so much alive.
For too many people,
Europe...
it's still dorming. For too many people, it's still
Exactly. Exactly, it's the decision makers and the European institutions also, though now they're working on democracy shield. That was also used the word shield, that what we, Europa Nostra, is also bringing a shield to civil society organization in the various countries in Europe, but indeed democracy shield, because for too many years, the European ideals were reduced to euro from Europe, as if euro was the only thing important. And all what were the values and the ideals that were the true fundament and the success of the whole project, it was because of these values, were somehow forgotten. And so it's not only because of this information coming from East and now coming from West as well. It is because we have, our leaders abandoned the thing. And this is indeed, I think, now the fact that we have the proposal in the new budget of this Agora EU program, which I think should be, I think really we should find that this is cultural Agora. We have there the cultural strength, the media strength, and the value strength. And I believe that we should use it as an opportunity. We should clearly say that what we are doing is linked to the values. Values is linked to us. Media, it's not just a business. It's a responsibility, is very much. So all that is a very important, that cultural agora is giving us that new dimension and this link with democracy, because democracy, as you said, even in Germany, if, you know, what's left for the Balkans, if even in Germany, now we are having these demons of the past coming back. Yes, please.
Independent, within the agora or the hub, we need, I think, also an exchange of experiences from culture people, from professionals, from heritage professionals, from different European countries. What are their experience concerning this topic? And then to see what one can do.
So I think that is also, Guillermo, Concordia Europa project that we also want. I think you wanted to just jump in. Yes, yes, please, take the micro.
Thank you very much.
I think it's working. Yes.
Yeah. I see, yeah. Okay, well, congratulations. All the points are fundamental. Herman, thank you very much. Memory, we must remember. We must remember. The Convention of Faro puts two main points. First of all, shared responsibility. Shared responsibility. That's the big point. We must assume. It's not an abstract question, it's a concrete question. To mobilize people with responsibility. That's why it's important to represent, to participate, and to recognize. We must respect recognizing. That's a big point. Well, it's very important, all these elements. Second, is the common heritage concept. Common heritage concept. Petra is common heritage of humanity. That's the big point. But we must understand that we have the good experience of Petra. Thank you, Your Highness. But it's a good experience. I have been in Jordan because of Petra. But we have also Palmyra. We must understand, we have also Palmyra, and we are also common responsible from that kind of example. All other examples, we know Palmyra, but we have other examples. We need this main project. Concordia is a good word, as Agora, because Agora is participation, is representation, and is shared responsibility and recognition. Recognition. We must recognize, for instance, our project Gulbenkian in Jordan is we publish big philosophers, Arabic philosophers. That's very important, to have the dialogue between West and East. Because this dialogue is absolutely fundamental. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guglielmo. Having the Gulbenkian Foundation for what it represents, one of the largest foundations cultural in the world, being part of the hub and supporting this new project Concordia Europa is really important. So, yes, we are coming. Yes, please.
I want to ask, to add something on this point of democracy. I remember when Mr. Orban, please, I apologize to the Hungarians who might be here, but when Mr. Orban started showing his undemocratic feelings towards a European Union, we should have taken action. And everybody said, no, we have to follow our democratic procedures. So we cannot really deduct from his, from the money that we owe to him, we accept him, and so on. And now it has become Elernea Hydra. So the same happens everywhere. They take a shield behind our democratic principles. We have to wake up. We have to wake up and share experiences and rely on each other in order to prevent these forces from destroying Europe. Yes.
Thank you. Dana, I had the feeling that you wanted to react, no? No. Okay, you'll...
I cannot agree more with everything that has been said.
So I think, Manon, I'm just looking at how much more minutes you're giving us. 5:10. Okay, exactly what we need. No, exactly what we need, because this is not the end. There, you know, in this incredible mobilization that we have, it's just another, you know, our journey. It's a station on our journey, and that journey continues. First of all, also, even that summit is not the end today. Tomorrow is the last day. So we have another fantastic event that is organized in the European Parliament. It is part of our Europa Nostra Agora. We called it Agora before it was proposed to be Agora EU, so we feel very comfortable about the proposal. So that Europa Nostra Agora, we will meet at the European Parliament, and we will have the renowned British historian Orlando Figes, who had published the book The Europeans, and who is demonstrating basically in that book that the real founding fathers and mothers of the European Union were the artists, the musicians, the scientists, the writers. They were the real founding fathers and mothers. And then the politicians and institutions came afterwards. So he's giving a Europa Nostra lecture, and we will have a debate with the members of the European Parliament and members of our wider community about the notion of European identity, even sort of daring to say that, you know, do we also share something, a shared identity? So this is really the end of the summit. But then, you know, of course, that is also not the end of the journey. And I would like to sort of give the final word to Andrula Varsiliou, because like in the Olympics, she is taking the torch from here, from Brussels, to the island of Cyprus. You have already heard that Cyprus has the presidency of the European Union, and we thought we have to be there. We have to be there for the reason that the two leaders of the two communities in Nicosia absolutely wonderfully showed. And Andrula, since I'm here a veteran, I remember that in 2002, the two leaders that were mentioned, Mustafa Akinci and Lelos Dimitriades, were in Brussels, embraced themselves, and received our Medal of Honor of Europa Nostra in 2002 for their jointly. And only 2 times in the history of our awards, because you have seen that only one person can come on stage to get an award. Twice we had 2 persons coming, and it was for Cyprus. Once it was the 2 leaders of Nicosia, and once it was the 2 ladies, Greek Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot, working on the Nicosia Master Plan. It was 2011 in Amsterdam. And these were, I think, for me, the most moving moments of them seeing that cultural heritage is the road to the structural peace. My dear Amra, thank you for your wonderful talk this morning, that you are calling us indeed for the structural peace. So the symbolism of us going to Nicosia is really... you'll tell us, we are going to march. I think we have to break all the walls in this buffer zone. I can't stand this buffer zone. You probably even more than us. But that it is une aberration en français, on le dirait. And that it's still there and that people got used to it. And UN even, we were allowed, Europa Nostra was allowed to visit the buffer zone. But Androula and all our Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot friends, they are not allowed to go into the buffer zone. There is something which is not normal in this UN system and also in the EU system. And so I think we are going there because we have a mission. We have a mission for Nicosia and for the Cyprus, and we have a mission, the bridge to the Middle East. So over to you, Androula, to tell us, to encourage everyone to be in Nicosia together with us at this next station of our journey.
I think many speakers here stressed 2 elements. Support to each other and cross-border cooperation. And this is exactly what our aim is. As a Nicosia hub, we want to connect the Eastern Mediterranean countries with the Middle East. Because as Dana very correctly said, I cannot distinguish myself from the Europeans. Traditions, language, religion, both religions are present in every country. The food, everything is common. So we want to reconnect with the Middle East. And I was very happy, of course. It is a great privilege to have Dana supporting our effort through the Petra National Trust, and I'm sure with other NGOs. But also, we had a good connection already, as I said, with NGOs from Lebanon, from Egypt, from Syria, from Palestine, and they are all so eager to work for a common objective. And Mare Nostrum is, as a concept, is something which is very attractive for them. And as I told you, Snežka, I was talking with the commissioner in charge of oceans, but oceans extend also to the Mediterranean. And he was very thrilled when I told him that we want to have Mare Nostrum as the theme of our Agora next year. And he's very willing to participate, of course, because he spoke at the Cyprus Forum recently, and I heard him, and he mentioned so many different elements of challenges, climatic challenges on the Mediterranean, regarding the seashores, the fishery, the destruction of archaeological sites along the shore, and many others. So I really look forward to these discussions, because this will be the real opportunity for us to unite with the neighboring countries in the Middle East and North Africa. And therefore, I invite everybody to participate and contribute to this effort of extending our Europe to the Middle East and Africa. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Princess Dana, you will come not alone to Nicosia. I think you will bring a large delegation from Middle East. I hope that, and I hope that you discussed that with Dubravka Šuica a little bit. What did you feel that there is a support and appetite?
There is incredible support. I think she's a huge admirer of Europa Nostra, of you, Snežka, and the work that you are all doing. So it was an excellent meeting. I mean, honestly, yes. And there is a great appetite to really invest in cultural bridges. And so this is something that I think we can all take advantage of and really, you know, culture is all about people. And so that's it. It's all about people. And this is where we need to put our investment.
Fantastic.
One more observation. I recently listened to one of these debates on Euronews. Actually, the Commissioner McAuliffe was also participating in this, and the topic was European identity. And nobody mentioned cultural heritage as a factor of European identity. So we have to work for that.
So tomorrow, that will be a very important morning discussion tomorrow on that aspect. And we very much hope that you will bring all these messages to the Committee of the Region, and perhaps together we could have a meeting with the President of the Committee of the Region, who is Hungarian, not from the Orban party, very active lady. So I think that alliance, we really hope that we continued here, that we will really bring it to the higher level.
I think we shall do this immediately. So this is really very important for all Europe and for all Europeans, and also for the places where the spirit of Europe is present. And I think that we all could do really the important step forward. I think we have a lot to share. And for me, listening to what you have mentioned, because I can share and I can confirm that fear is very dangerous instrument that is used nowadays. And this instrument, unfortunately, affects very strongly young people. I think we must take on board education, school, and family. And family actually is our society. So I think we have a lot of concrete work to do, and we can do it together. Thank you.
Perfect sentence for the end, together. So thank you once again for this wonderful panel, for the closing of the European Heritage Hub Forum, Heritage Matters for Cities and Citizens. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you for all the speakers, all the moderators. Manon, to you as coordinator of the Hub, and the entire team that work here. There is a reception still going on. Don't go on. There is a little bit of something to drink and something. So continue, because there is so much topic to exchange. Continue the exchange, and see you tomorrow, the ones who are still there, and continue to contribute to this action together.